Director Catlin, First Vice Chair Patrick O'Keefe, and I believe that was everyone that I had seen.
Director Guzman is here.
Oh,
too.
and Director Guzman, yes, he was the first. He gets credit for being the first director on tonight. So Director Guzman, my apologies. He is also present.
Well, welcome, fellow colleagues. I'm glad to have you tonight. And I do believe that Director Guzman trekked home really fast in the rain to make this meeting. So extra credit. But we appreciate you joining us tonight. So we will go on with public comment and then a couple of housekeeping orders and then proceed into business. Mr. Kroll is, oh, I'm sorry. Did I?
My apologies.
Oh, okay. Mr. Kroll is going to help us manage the public comment queue for us. So, Mr. Kroll, you may go ahead and call on folks as a chair would ordinarily do and recognize them in kind. If we do have any members of the public that we know to be elected officials, just remember we tend to give them priority in the speaking order so they can get back to their regular duties. I also just want to advise that folks can dial in, and I apologize because I missed that part of the script or I was going to hand it over to Mr. Kroll. I almost called you director. Our silent director, Mr. Kroll. But with that, Mr. Kroll, if you could kindly take over for the public comment portion, I would appreciate it. And I will go ahead and yield the floor to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair Rusha. At this time, members of the public who are present on Zoom or who have dialed in, please raise your hand to indicate that you would like to provide public comment. At this juncture, I'm seeing quite a few folks here, so we will work through in the order in which hands were raised. When your name is called, we will unmute you. Please state your name for the record, and then you will have 3 minutes to provide your remarks. As a reminder, your remarks are being recorded. If you do not wish to have your remarks recorded, you are always welcome to submit your comments in writing. If by chance you would like a response from the committee, the committee does not typically respond to public comment as it is being provided. You may submit written public comment to the board office at rtd.boardoffice@rtd-denver.com, and we will provide a response. With that, we're going to now move to our first speaker in the queue, and that is Mr. Earl Lee. Mr. Lee, you are now recognized and you have 3 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. The RTD board is asked to make decisions that affect riders that they themselves may not have real-world experience to support their decisions. This may not be more true than those decisions regarding people with disabilities. Paratransit. Access on Demand, the supplemental service to Access a Ride, has demonstrated the ability to fill the needs where Access a Ride is falling short. Rather than trying to restrict Access on Demand to just another failing service or eliminating it, RTD should analyze what areas Access on Demand is meeting the expectations and needs of people with disabilities and incorporate those changes as much as possible into Access a Ride to improve the service. One of the differences between the two services that is being considered for a change is the pickup location restriction. For Access a Ride, it must be within 3/4 of a mile of an RTD bus stop or station, while currently there is no limit for Access on Demand. This can mean by using an address only, someone can be ineligible for Access a Ride, while a neighbor across the street or 3 doors down are eligible for Access a Ride. The limitation for Access a Ride is federally mandated by Federal Transportation Administration, so RTD cannot modify the rule. The public, and perhaps many on the board, are not aware of this. The public perception, and especially in the disability community, is that RTD is simply inflexible. Access on Demand is not subject to the same FTA rules. RTD can set limits on Access on Demand, but they can be expanded. For example, within 2 miles of a stop or station, with flexibility when a local bus route or stop is modified. This prevents the odd long distance requests while servicing the needs of the disability community. Access on demand is not a luxury. It is truly a lifeline for many people with disabilities who are very capable and who contribute to society. They pay taxes and they support economy as long as they can get to their jobs and enjoy the freedom of travel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. The next person we have in the queue is Rachel Leeman. You are now recognized. Please state your name and begin your remarks. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is, oh, my camera's not on. I don't know why. Oh, here we go. Sorry, I don't know how to turn on my camera. Yeah, anyway, my
Ms.
name is,
Leeman, it's okay. The typically the camera feature is turned off for folks providing public comment.
okay, just making sure. Okay, good afternoon, directors. My name is Rachel Leeman, and I am the Legislative Affairs Liaison for the Brown and Black Parents United Foundation. Our service area covers North Denver, Commerce City, and Aurora. The communities in which my organization serves would be particularly impacted by the 2025-2028 Title VI update. I'd like to begin by sharing some personal context. I've lived abroad and seen what truly effective public transportation looks like. Here in Denver, Montbello included, there have been long stretches up to 2 years at a time when I didn't own a car. So I relied entirely on public transportation. I know firsthand what it means to depend on these services and how your life can be shaped by late or early buses or by routes that only one runs an hour. While some lines, like the 15, are impressively frequent, the gaps elsewhere are hard to ignore. There's a reason people talk about world-class public transportation, because it's possible, but it takes honest commitment and real engagement. I want to acknowledge the efforts of the team that has created one-page explainers of RTD's draft to the Civil Rights Report. However, I am frustrated by what currently passes for community involvement. Just look at the RTD's draft Civil Rights Report. It's more than 1,000 pages long. How many people have the time and the stamina to read and understand it in full? Making decisions that will directly impact people's lives without real engagement or understanding is simply irresponsible. I want to focus on the census data and the equity analysis. For context, I'm a sociologist with deep experience in validity, data validity, and reliability. I've even done door-to-door canvassing myself of the census. The Census Bureau's work is in many ways one of the most sophisticated and ambitious survey efforts in the world. In 2020, the national completion rate was 99.98%, with a self-response rate of 66.5%. The census tries to count every household, apartment, single-family homes, and colleges, and more. While using U.S. Census data is a best practice, there are still persistent gaps, and I urge RTD to supplement it with additional data sources. What this means is that there's a real risk of undercounting the very communities that are most likely to be disproportionately impacted by transit or policy decisions. In times like this, data-driven decisions are important, but we also need to recognize the limits of the data and stay grounded in the realities of oppression and inequality that shape our society. Over the past few years, I've seen how quickly rights can be stripped from the most vulnerable among us. It's not enough to assume that hard-won rights will simply endure. We have to actively protect them and ensure that our policies and processes genuinely serve everyone, not just ones that already have a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leeman. The next individual who will be recognized to provide public comment is Megan Kemp. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to provide comments today. My name is Megan Kemp. Sorry for my voice, I'm getting over an illness. I serve as the Colorado Policy Advocate with Earth Justice. We frequently partner with community groups to advance and protect environmental and climate justice and have represented groups in matters defending civil rights impacts in transportation planning. To better promote equitable public transportation for all living in the greater Denver metro area, I urge the board to adopt the Title VI program updates put forth by the Transit Equity Office. Given transportation's role in accelerating the climate crisis and degrading air quality, especially here in Colorado's Front Range, it is imperative that transit solutions are targeted at increasing reliable, affordable, and accessible transit to the communities that need them the most. The recommended updates to the policies are a step toward closing gaps and eliminating barriers for underserved communities that rely on public transit every day. Denver metro communities that lack access to reliable public transit are also those that experience the worst air quality and the associated health and cumulative impacts that come with breathing dirtier air. Tailpipe emissions are a major source of ground level ozone, which makes it difficult for residents to breathe, can cause childhood asthma, and can even lead to premature death. Without equity-centered policies and programs, RTD risks perpetuating long-standing patterns of exclusion, particularly in areas that have not received their fair share of transit investment. The Title VI program update should rely on U.S. Census data to evaluate service equity in absence of robust ridership data. This data source also captures communities and residents that are historically and currently underserved by public transit, ensuring that communities that need RTD services are given consideration in transit decisions. Earth Justice also supports the proposed program updates to the major service change policy. These changes should only occur after ample public review or equity analysis is complete. By capturing cumulative changes over a 36-month period and broadening the definition of what qualifies as a major service change, including shifts in frequency, route miles, and service hours, RTD is taking a more responsive and transparent approach to measuring impact. Additionally, adjusting the low-income threshold to 200% of the federal poverty level also ensures that public transit planning captures residents that experience the burdens of inflation and the Denver Metro's high cost of living, factors that are more likely to make one dependent on public transit. In the interest of safeguarding public health for underserved and overburdened communities in the Denver metro area and complying with anti-discrimination requirements in Title VI, I and Earth Justice urge you to better address racial and economic disparities in transit access by approving the RTD Title VI program update. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Next, we will have Nam Henderson. Nam, you are recognized. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks. Looks like, Nam's back. Okay, Nam, you are next.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Hopefully you all can hear me. I just want to join a number of the voices that have spoken in support of the 2028 Title VI program updates that it would help RTD service changes be more considerate of marginalized people who rely on transit. I understand some have proposed prioritizing ridership demographics and alternative modeling methods instead of U.S. Census data. However, RTD's passenger counters, trackboarding and exits, but not demographics. My ride data is limited by privacy rules, and the live income-based discount program reaches only a fraction of low-income customers. Importantly, census-based geographic data also helps address longstanding inequities caused by discriminatory planning practices. And finally, RTD cannot base decisions solely on who is riding today. Its obligation is to the service area as a whole and our future citizens. Also, while some may object to raising the low-income definition from 150 to 200% of the federal poverty level, since it's not required, raising the threshold, as others have spoken to, better reflects the cost of living in the Denver region, more closely aligns with RTD's LIVE program, and ensures more inclusive representation of low-income households when determining whether a fare or major service change will disproportionately impact these communities in its equity analysis. So again, I just urge you to pass and support those 2025-28 Title VI program updates. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nam. Next, we will recognize Adrienne Rosavi.
Hello.
Adrienne, we can hear you, and you now have 3 minutes to provide your remarks. Please state your name and begin your remarks.
Awesome, thank you. Good evening, board members. My name is Adrienne Rosavi, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Denver Streets Partnership. Our mission is to advocate for the cultural and systemic changes necessary to reduce our city's unsustainable dependence on cars and to design communities that put people first. I'm here tonight to voice our support for the proposed Title VI program update. We are particularly encouraged to see a focus on analyzing cumulative impacts in the major service change policy. In a city like Denver, where historic disinvestment and discriminatory planning have shaped access to transportation, evaluating changes in isolation fails to capture how service cuts or adjustments over time compound and worsen conditions for communities already facing mobility barriers. Including cumulative changes over a 36-month period is critical for ensuring that inequities don't slip through the cracks. We also strongly support raising the low-income threshold from 150% to 200% of the federal poverty level. Transportation is one of the greatest financial burdens on households in Denver, especially for people ineligible for current low-income discounts, but still struggling to afford basic needs. This change better reflects our region's high cost of living and ensures that fair and service equity analyses more accurately represent the economic reality faced by many families. We urge the board to adopt the Title VI program update as proposed by the Transit Equity Office and to stay true to the spirit of Title VI by protecting not only current riders, but also those who rely on improved and equitable transit to access opportunity. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrienne. Next, we will recognize Sarah Oliver. Sarah, please state your name and you may begin your remarks. You have 3 minutes.
Hi there. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hello to the board. My name is Sarah Oliver, and I'm one of the many working people who utilize bus and train transit exclusively without a car. I'm sharing with you tonight my take on some of the board concerns surrounding the proposed Title VI updates. RTD regularly updates its services to best serve the communities it connects. In order to do that, it requires the best data available. RTD must be sure the service changes reflect the needs of those who depend on it the most. To make those changes ethically and effectively, we need the most accurate data available. This is why leveraging annually updated census data can help ensure our transit system serves those of us who could not get around without it. Freedom of mobility is a social justice concern, a climate concern, as well as a concern of autonomy, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Using census and other specific demographic data helps RTD anticipate the needs of the communities it serves, which are always growing and changing, rather than relying on less specific, limited data that does not involve demographics such as number of boardings. This data is blind to important factors such as how often this rider might rely on RTD for the majority of their travel, their income and disability statuses, and demographics. Census data does a better job of projecting into the future and identifying populations of customers who will use transit regularly and what their needs will be in the future when decisions are made now. When service availability is better, more people utilize transit. While Title VI doesn't explicitly require raising the low-income definition, doing so can grant RTD deeper insight into the needs of these customers and ensure greater equity and compliance with FTA. RTD has a responsibility to the entire area it serves with respect to freedom of movement for those with no other way to get around. And the city functions only as well as its least connected parts. The equity analyses are worth it to RTD to ensure as many customers as possible are reached. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, we will recognize Rebecca Madano. Rebecca, please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. Good evening, directors. My name is Rebecca Medrano, and I am with Conservation Colorado. Our organization is dedicated to advancing environmental justice and ensuring that all communities, especially those historically underserved, have access to clean air, safe neighborhoods, and reliable public transit, among many other environmental advancements and protections for all Coloradans. I'm here today to express our support for the Title VI program update. This year, we proudly supported the passage of Senate Bill 25030 and Senate Bill 25161, laws aimed to expand transit options, address gaps in service, and align transportation planning with Colorado's climate goals. They reflect our commitment to building a transit system that serves everyone, not just those with the loudest voices or the most resources, and that often takes supporting bold, more creative moves beyond what is required of us. The communities we work for, Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, as well as low-income neighborhoods, have long faced the brunt of environmental injustices. They endure higher levels of pollution, limited access to quality transit, and are often excluded from decision-making processes. Their transit priorities are clear: affordable, reliable, and frequent services that connect them to jobs, education, healthcare, and other essential services. These priorities align with the goals of the Title VI program update, which seeks to eliminate discrimination and ensure equitable access to transit services. Regarding the proposed changes to the Title VI program update, Conservation Colorado believes they are both necessary and overdue. Considering cumulative impacts, for example, over a longer period of time is vital in understanding the historical disenfranchisement of disproportionately impacted communities. And by expanding the criteria for equity analysis, RTD can better identify and mitigate potential adverse effects on underserved communities. These proposed changes are about understanding the true reflection of what being an underserved person trying to survive in Colorado, one of the 10 most expensive states to live in, is actually like. In conclusion, we urge the board to approve the 2025-2028 Title VI program update. Doing so will affirm RTD's commitment to equity, environmental justice, and the well-being of all of its riders. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next, we will recognize Camila Restrepo. Camila, you have 3 minutes to provide your remarks. Please introduce yourself and begin your remarks.
Thank you. My name is Camila Restrepo. Good evening, RTD board. I live in RTD District 3 or District C and work in RTD District D, and I'm the Community Leadership Program Manager at a local nonprofit organization called Commune. Commune is named after the verb of community, to commune, to come together. We serve the multicultural, multilingual, and intergenerational communities of Southwest Denver, Sheridan, and Lakewood by providing resources such as fresh food, connections to financial support, and a sense of belonging. An important component of being able to bring people together is their access to transportation. The 25 to 28 Title VI program update would make public transportation more accessible to many in our community, especially through the language access and major service change policy components of the plan. Some of our participants who live in Lakewood are asylum seekers and refugees from Arabic-speaking countries, such as Syria and Jordan. They are grandmothers, mothers, and children who don't speak any English and who are trying to navigate a new and foreign country. These are people who have come here because it is their only option. They carry stories of having to leave their home countries against their will, not knowing if they will ever see home again, due to their home country being too unsafe and unstable to live or raise their families there. One of our community leaders told me a story about experiencing an explosion in a grocery store as she was out running for her errands for the day to cook dinner for her family while she was 6 months pregnant. The US and Colorado are often their third or fourth place where they've tried to find peace and stability, often having made their way through refugee camps, European countries, where they live in poverty because they can't work before finding their way to the States. Another woman younger than myself recounted her experience of trying to make money to support her family in Turkey at 18 years old, knocking storefront doors to find work that make ends meet. This community has found a sense of belonging at Commune because we provide language access through translated materials, interpretation, and staff members who are bilingual in Arabic and English. This is something that is more difficult to find closer where they live, so they travel to get here. The majority of these community members don't have cars and can't drive, and at times they get rides from other community members, but that availability is limited. Many have expressed fear of taking the bus and taking public transportation because they don't speak English and because materials aren't available in their language and they fear getting lost. We at Commune are grateful for the TAG program and the LIVE program that have made taking the RTD more affordable for our community. So today I urge you, Board of RTD, to continue this important work of making our regional transportation services more accessible to all Coloradans by supporting all components of the 25-28 Title VI RTD update. Thank you.
Thank you, Camila. Next, we will recognize Mia Netep, Mia Netep. Mia, you have the floor. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks. Please provide your name and commence.
Hi there, my name is Maya Entep. I represent the Denver NAACP. I'm our legislative liaison. We've been fighting for civil rights since 1909. Members of the board, again, I'm here on behalf of the NAACP Denver branch to speak support of RTD's Title VI program update. We have a saying, and it's freedom moves when we all can go, equity in every mile. Members, the reality of the situation is Black communities across Denver, including Montbello and Aurora, continue to feel the deep and lasting effects of displacement. Longtime residents have been pushed farther from the urban core, often into areas with fewer resources and less transit access. As a result, and an outcome, families now face longer, more complicated commutes just to reach our jobs, our schools, and meet basic needs. In too many cases, they have to rely on multiple transfers just to get to where they need to go. Furthermore, we see inequities in the lack of shelters, benches, and basic maintenance at bus stops in our neighborhoods, along with limited frequency of services in some areas. Now, these aren't just inconveniences, they're the result of public investment decisions that have over time prioritized some neighborhoods over others. Now, this program update strengthens the foundation for equity by sharpening RTD's tools for preventing harm. And to my understanding, it requires the agency to evaluate services or fare changes based on where people live. A very, very critical lens in a region still shaped by the geography of redlining, right? It also calls for more intentional public engagement and improved language assistance, which is important in communities like Aurora, where African immigrants and refugees are vital members of our civic fabric. Now, members, the Denver NAACP urges the board to adopt this update. As civil rights protections come under threat nationwide, it's essential that the RTD continue the legacy of equity, Black transit justice leaders who understood that access to transit is access to opportunity and access to community, as was previously just stated. This program is a step in the right direction. Members, we hope that you support this update.
Thank you, Maya. Next, we will recognize Ashley Kder. Ashley, you have 3 minutes. The floor is yours. Please introduce yourself and begin your remarks.
Hi, my name is Ashley Kder. I am here also in support of the Transit Equity Office's Title VI program update. For reference, I am a daily rider of RTD. In 2020, I sold my car right before the pandemic hit. And since then, I have been a daily rider on mostly the 31 bus route, the 15, 15L, 16, 28, 32, and W lines. I feel like my fellow commenters have done an amazing job talking about data-driven analysis and how RTD can be more equitable, especially Rachel, Megan, and Adrienne. So I don't want to hammer those notes again. Instead, I would like to talk about anecdotal information that I receive from friends, from fellow community members who are invested in RTD, and also on online forums such as Reddit, where I have to give a shout out to Director Nicholson, who I do see commenting frequently on posts and threads about RTD. So thank you for your engagement in that avenue. What I hear a lot about why people don't ride RTD, one is the infrequency, and that's a topic for another discussion, but two, it's because people feel unsafe. And I've spent a lot of time in other cities that have more robust transit, such as New York. And if you've ever ridden in the subway in New York, there's an unspoken agreement that if you get into a train and it's empty, you need to find another train because something weird or something fishy or something unsafe is going on. The idea is that the more you are surrounded by your community in transit, the safer you are. And from what I hear from friends or just from acquaintances who, I tell them, yeah, I don't have a car and I just ride the bus primarily. And they make that face at me like, oh my gosh, are you crazy? Don't you feel unsafe? And that is a common thread on, especially on the online forums on Reddit, is that people do not feel safe riding RTD in this city, unfortunately. In my opinion, the way to get more ridership, RTD needs to expand its analysis and how it collects its data in terms of census data and annual data that is updated every year. And also by getting more riders by expanding the low income definition of the federal poverty level to 200%. I don't think I need to talk about how expensive eggs are, but we are all feeling that pinch, especially those who need these services the most. So again, I urge the board to adopt the new Title VI program update, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ashley. Just as a heads up for folks, we have 3 individuals left who have raised their hands. Next, we will recognize Ruby Lopez. Ruby, you are recognized. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks. Please state your name and commence.
Hello, everyone present. My name is Ruby Lopez. I work with Fortaleza Familiar, a Denver-based organization that works with young queer and trans people of color and their families. We strongly support the approval of RTD's Title VI program updates because I've seen time and time again just how dependent the communities we work with are on having consistent and low cost or free access to public transit. Having an equitable public transit in Denver is not just about getting from point A to B or taking a joyride on an RTD bus. No, for many people in this city, it's about survival, freedom, and dignity. Right now, Denver is going through a period of rapid development, and that is a great thing. But as often happens with developing cities, hardworking Americans are being displaced and priced out of their own neighborhoods at an alarming rate. With housing becoming increasingly unaffordable in Denver, our communities are being pushed farther and farther from their jobs and communities in Denver. In order to support our growing economy, we need a robust, extensive, and equitable transit system that can rival the transit systems of any other major global city. This will ensure that all people in the greater Denver metro area, especially those that lack financial resources, can make it to work, school, see their doctors, and more. RTD has a lot of potential to grow and become an exemplary model of a modern transit system. That is why I am here urging the board and decision makers here today to please prioritize the areas within our transit system that have been historically underinvested in. For those of you more compelled by economic rhetoric than civil rights rhetoric, please note that this Title VI program update is not just helping the marginalized, it is also a great investment into our city that over time will strengthen our economy and yield return on investment measurable in both economic metrics as well as quality of life metrics. To be sure, the proposed Title VI program update is not a fix-all, but it is a step in the right direction. It straightens how equity is assessed by using data that reflects where people live, not just where they currently ride. It expands definitions of major service changes and takes important steps towards language justice for those whose first language isn't English. Because after all, they also participate in our economy and they deserve to get around too. This program lays the groundwork for future action, and we hope to see it truly reflect the needs of the communities that are most affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby. At this point, we will recognize Hildana Leeban. Hildana, the floor is yours. Please state your name and begin your remarks. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Hildana Leeban, and I'm speaking today in support of the Title VI recommendation updates. Specifically, I want to highlight raising the low-income threshold from 150% to 200% of the federal poverty level. As some argue, it's not required by Title VI. As the cost of living in Denver continues to rise and uncertainty continues to grow in our communities, I think it's essential for RTD to continue to expand the support it offers. I am a recent college graduate from where I relied on RTD transit to get me to and from campus and other academic obligations. Every day I shared my commute with my peers from Aurora to Denver, since we all relied on RTD as the most affordable way to navigate our community as commuter students. Today, the situation is different from even a year ago, I would say. Conversations with friends, family, coworkers, and even strangers now revolve around ways that we can make a dollar stretch. I urge the board to continue being a pillar in the Denver community by prioritizing raising the income threshold for transit discounts, And I would say from based on my personal experiences and observations, these decisions are crucial for many as students, families, workers are carefully balancing essential expenses at the moment. Affordable transit can make a huge impact to ensure people can continue to rely on RTD during these trying times. Thank you.
Thank you, Hildana. We actually have two additional public speakers left. Next, we will recognize Nate Tria. Nate, you are recognized. You may commence your remarks. Please state your name. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is Nate Tria from Englewood. I would like to thank the board again for the opportunity to once again address access on demand. For more than a year, we've been discussing the value of access on demand as you've been discussing changes to control the cost of the program and make it sustainable. I see in your packets 2 proposals tonight from staff, both of which I think are based on a flawed premise that access on demand is it seems like it's being treated as a failure of a program because of the cost and popularity of the program. When you see 500,000 rides for about $56 million in the core paratransit program versus about 680,000 rides for $13.6 million in access on demand, that sure seems to me like access on demand is a success from a financial standpoint. I don't understand why perhaps the creativity isn't there to see that maybe what we should be doing is trying to encourage more use of access on demand in the place of core access or ride, freeing up the accessible vehicles for people that need that equipment, thus improving service to them as well. Access on demand has been a flexible, cheaper, more robust solution for people with disabilities in the Denver area since its founding. And there are ways to make the program sustainable that don't make it a less effective, a less valuable program. Fares make sense, although the convoluted tier fare system in one of those proposals tonight that you'll be looking at tonight is mind-boggling how that could require another $40,000 to $50,000 in HR costs to administer. It certainly seems like you issue 3 vouchers instead of 1 for the different tiers of fares if that's really the way you want to go. And I don't know if that's a lack of creativity or if there's something that I'm not aware of. There's somebody outside the system. But I can almost guarantee that as you're looking at these changes, the nearly $900,000 in savings that supposedly will be there from cutting back the service area to match the core accessor ride hours and boundaries will be offset by more than $900,000 of salaries lost by people who can no longer get to their jobs. There are a lot of fantastic jobs people with disabilities are doing around Metro Denver that are not in the core of the city because they're in warehouses. There are opportunities like that, with Amazon in particular, where people will not be able to access those jobs. People will lose jobs because of those cuts. I just want to kind of wrap up by saying, for a lot of people tonight talking about how freedom moves and how social justice and access are priorities, I'd encourage our friends who have been talking about this values tonight to help us maintain a robust and a valuable program for people with disabilities. RTD says you want to make lives better through connections, and I truly believe that. Don't make those connections harder or even impossible with some of these changes that are being suggested for access on demand.
Thank you, Nate. Our final speaker in the queue is Paulo Solarzano. Paulo, the floor is yours. You may introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Hi, Paulo Solarzano with the RTD Riders Alliance. The RTD Riders Alliance wholeheartedly supports the board's draft of the RTD Title VI updates. We represent transit-dependent RTD riders. We support raising the income threshold for defining low-income populations because this acknowledges the very real cost of living here in Denver and the surrounding areas. Our cost of living and housing costs are already punishing enough for anyone making less than $60,000 of the median income of $60,000 per capita in Denver. The proposed 200% the federal poverty level is still $30,000 per year for 1 year for one person, only half of the median income. 2 years ago, Charles Schwab released a report that 53% of Denverites reported living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to cover their monthly expenses with their income. With their income. leaving little money for savings or unexpected costs. In the Denver metro area, renters experience monthly rent increases of $150 to $200 per month as a matter of course. Providing more frequent, reliable, and accessible service in communities with the highest levels of housing instability could be the real difference between falling behind on rent or bills for hundreds, if not thousands, of local riders. Cancellations and delays, of course, have been a facet of life for many RTD riders. For recent severe service disruptions, and having to simply call a Lyft or Uber 4 times a month can easily equal $200 or more of unforeseen costs. Thereby, this creates housing insecurity. These updates could really help with that. And now, as far as the updates that emphasize proactive equity analysis and identifying and mitigating harms before implementing fare or service changes, I want to give an example. The Route 16L was eliminated, and that was a limited stop service along West Colfax Avenue. It has impacted transit riders, and particularly those relying on efficient connections between Denver, Lakewood, and West Colfax. This corridor does have a significant amount of affordable housing and community services, and consolidating the 16L's riders into the 16 has led to overcrowding, especially during peak hours, and especially since many riders who live on the route are elderly or use mobility or wheelchairs. The updates to Title VI could help monitor impacts to communities such as the West Colfax corridor. And then lastly, as far as the strong language and access plan, let's not forget that Aurora, Colorado is one of the most ethnically diverse cities in the nation. And I just want to provide a comment that while I was doing surveys with RTD Onboard, the Spanish speakers I spoke to, almost half of them did not know about the incredible Live program and that was available to them. So for all these reasons, yeah, we definitely support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulo. Madam Chair, that concludes the speaker queue. If you would like, I may now read into the record the names and topics of those who provided written comment. I believe you indicated in the affirmative. Despite you being on mute, I will go ahead and read those in. Michael Brown wrote in regarding Colfax BRT project. GDT, by way of Richard Bamber, wrote a letter that touched on Title VI and customer-facing communications. The City and County of Broomfield, represented by staff member Sarah Grant, sent you all a letter related to the Title VI policy. Craig Towler, Director of Public Policy and Advocacy for the Center for People with Disabilities, wrote in regarding Title VI. Alex Kalkhofer submitted a request for increased RTD service and progress on the Northwest Rail Line to Longmont. Claire Eagleston submitted a letter in support of Title VI, and Stephen Angelo submitted a commendation letter recognizing the work of staff on the Flex Ride program that he utilizes. And with that, Chair Rusha, I have no further public comment to impart to the committee.
Thank you, sir. So just some quick housekeeping before we get on to business. I'd also like to say thank you to everyone who took the time to weigh in with public comment, attend meetings with staff, and participate in this really important process. So housekeeping. We are going to keep the timer just like we did last time. We do have a lot to go through tonight, and it's also pretty policy heavy and dense, and items that the committee has been waiting for and preparing for and working on for months. So we're going to extend that timer to 2 minutes. When it dings, that's just your cue to wrap it up. And we'll move on to the next person. So we're going to pass the baton before you do a follow-up. That's a recommended practice in Robert's rules, and it's just a way for us to share space. I am going to call on committee members to take the first pass at any comments or questions, and then again, hold the follow-up. We're going to pass the baton. And then we're going to go to our non-OSS members, because we have big policy items that are that could impact do impact, excuse me, the whole region, all of our constituents, and we want to share space. So we'll go to our colleagues who are not members on OSS, circle back to OSS, and then wrap it up again with our colleagues. Finally, please refrain from asking leading questions of staff. It's okay to have an opinion, and I know it's a bit of a gray area, but we don't want to ask gotcha questions or disparage anybody. Not that it's anyone's intent, but sometimes it's what folks hear and not what we meant to say. So just be careful. It's all right to ask tough questions. It's okay to ask big questions. But we want to keep it on the merits and respect staff's jobs so that we can do our jobs. And so with that, we're going to move into recommended actions. There are 2 recommended actions on the agenda this evening. The first is for the 2025 to 2028 Title VI program update. For the board of directors to adopt the Title VI program update to comply with federal laws, regulations, and guidelines related to Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Do we have a motion?
Yes, me.
I think that was Director Harwick. Thank you. And a second?
Second.
It was Dr. Pagulari. Thank you. Okay, so with Harwick as the mover and Pagulari as a second, we now have a valid motion on the table. So I would like to ask, I believe it is Mr. Romero, Transit Equity Manager, as well as Mr. Carl Green Jr., Director of our Civil Rights Office, to present this item to the committee. Sir or sirs, when you are ready, you may proceed.
Is the screen good to go?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Rusha. Good evening, fellow board of directors and RTD staff. I just want to take a moment. I've been just hearing all the public comment and just wanting to present and deliver this presentation and to co-present. It is my esteemed pleasure to co-present the 2025 Title VI program this evening with Transit Equity Manager Martin Romero. I just want to highlight, even just thinking about all the public comment received tonight, I'm extremely proud of the Transit Equity Office, along with the rest of the agency, of building out a this Title VI program. This is the 5th program update that I presented to the board of directors, whether that be at my previous agency at TriMet or here at the Regional Transportation District. And what I can say is the Transit Equity Office, Martin Romero, Danny McLean, Lorena Gonzalez, they definitely showed up and showed out to ensure that we are developing and building out a program that will do it justice in terms of ensuring that we're providing equitable transit services throughout our 2,345 square mile service area. This program it stands for many things. It's more than just 1,000 pages in a document. It's a testament to RTD's commitment to ensuring fair and accessible transit services over the past 3 years. As you will note, there's over 1,000 pages, but 70% of that document is what the agency collectively, as a team, has been able to carry out over these past 3 years, showcasing many different milestones, such as our system-wide fair study and equity analysis. And what this program represents is what we are slated to do over the next 3 years as a foundation. The implementation of RTD's Title VI program, it truly takes a team to really implement and to live out the principles rooted in Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. This program serves as a cornerstone that is truly making lives through connections. So With that being said, I will give you an overview or an outline of what to expect during tonight's presentation. We'll go over Title VI requirements as well as agency alignment. We'll touch base on the onboard survey demographics highlights. We'll get into the proposed Title VI policy changes, the results of the service performance monitoring from 2022. We'll cover down on the language access plan, the updated public participation plan, and then we'll end with the outreach and public comment as well as next steps. So as far as requirements overview, as set forth by Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, it states that no person in the United States on the grounds of race, color, or national origin be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subject to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. As a recipient of federal assistance, RTD is required to comply with the Federal Transit Administration Circular 4702.1b, and essentially this provides the framework for adhering to the requirements as set forth and the requirement to develop a Title VI program on a 3-year cycle. So I really want to ground us and take a moment on the governing board requirements. So first and foremost, it's understanding the Title VI requirements as applied to public transit and service provision. As we know, it's more than about providing basic service. The goal is to serve all of our populations as efficiently and effectively as possible. As we are in the people moving business, there is great importance of not only focusing on service delivery, but also ensuring these services meet the needs of all customer segments. With knowing that Black, Indigenous, and people of color, i.e. BIPOC, and low-income populations are generally more transit dependent or reliant, and presumably most affected by decisions made by transit agencies, it is our collective responsibility to ensure that we're leaning into the moment to make equitable and federally compliant decisions. Second bullet point that I want to highlight as the governing board is to review and approve program elements. So the way this table is presented before you this evening is there's 3 columns. The first column is review and approving policies and standards, first of which is our major service change policy, which we'll cover down in just a moment. The next is our disparate impact policy, which is centrally focused on race, ethnicity, or specifically Black, Indigenous, people of color. The third is service standards and policies, which is also part of the board packet. And the last item that we'll touch on as it relates to service and fare change is also disproportionate burden policy. I want to highlight the reason why it's an asterisk in italicized text is because low-income populations is not a protected class under Title VI, race, color, national origin. However, as we know that more folks are more likely to be transit dependent, and to ensure that we are more inclusive in the way that we make decisions and we don't disproportionately burden, per the FTA circular guidance, low-income populations is a customer segment that we need to ensure that we are not disproportionately or adverse affecting. The second column under assessments is doing or reviewing a demographic analysis, which we'll present later today or this evening, and then results of service performance monitoring, which Martin Romero will touch down a little bit later in the presentation. And then lastly is our outreach plans. We have our language access plan, which I'm very proud of. I was very proud of the program plan or the language access plan that we produced back in 2022. This is 2, 3, 4 steps in the right directions and ensuring that we are creating language access for our linguistically diverse customers. And then we'll touch briefly on our public participation plan, which was a collaborative effort led by our communication engagement department, Stuart Summers and his team, and specifically calling out Brandon whoops, Brandon F, I'll just say that, and Gabriel Martinez. So just to give an overview of the timeline of where we are this evening, there is a red box of the current state of where we are at. So May 2025, it's centered on finalization of the Title VI program and adoption of the board of directors, which is being presented as a recommended action tonight. And moving from right to left in the darker blue box is submitting the Title VI program to the FTA by June 1st, ultimately by June or May 30th, since June 1st is a weekend. But another item that I wanted to highlight here as we look at this graph in its entirety, it states that RTD staff drafted changes to the Title VI program between July and December of 2024. That was just a starting point. What I can say over these past 3 years, it was a path of progression, a lot of assessment, a lot of meeting with community members along the way to right size and refine this program and elevate it in a way that honors that public feedback, but also our expertise in conducting various types of analyses, whether that with respect to service changes and fare changes. So I just want to highlight that then it's more than just about over this past 6-7 months. It's been the past 3 years, or even before that when I initially came here in February 2021. And I had a meeting with our general manager and CEO of the status of our Title VI program. We are leaps and bounds of where we were in February 2021. And again, it's about building the foundation because it's more than about notes on a page. It's really about the staff across the agencies, across different business units, working hand in glove together and with community members. This is a community-driven program to ensure that we're providing equitable transit services. Now I'll get into the onboard survey demographics. As spelled out in the board packet, RTD proceeded with conducting a onboard or system-wide onboard transit customer survey dating back from August 19th to December 10th, 2024. This was led by our planning department, specifically Lee Cryer, as well as consultants. So we were able to garner data, ridership data, over that time period to ensure that we are able to supplement our American Community Survey data to round out the way that we conduct our service equity analysis, truly emphasizing not just where people live, but also folks utilizing our transit services. So it just strengthens, it's another step in the right direction of strengthening the way that we conduct our analysis and perform our data analysis. So looking at the demographics by race and ethnicity, and I want to couch this as boardings. During that time period when customers were surveyed, this is how more likely they were more likely to board during that particular time period. So as the graphic or the pie chart shows before you here, it shows that 56% of BIPOC or Black, Indigenous, people of color customers are more likely, 56% more likely than non-BIPOC customers at 44%. So if we rack and stack the difference between the 2019 to 2023 American Community Survey data, we can see that folks who boarded during that time period, and this data was weighted to get a better depiction of our customer base, it's well above that 38.2% threshold or data point for BIPOC customers using census data. Next, I want to cover down on demographics by low-income populations at or below 150% of the federal poverty level. Again, this is boardings, where it shows that non-low-income customers, 67%, compared to low-income customers at 33%. Although we can see also in addition to that with the ACS or American Community Census data or survey data, that our service district average for low income is 14.1%. So this is at or below 150% of the federal poverty level. So now I want to get into demographics at or below 200% of the federal poverty level. We can see the percentage increase of low-income customers by increasing the threshold to 200%, which we have heard tonight through public comment. It's more representative of the cost of living in the Denver metropolitan area. It looks at cost of living, affordable housing, so on and so forth. But we can see that 52% of low-income customers at or below 200% compared to 48% of non-low-income customers. And in addition to the census data, that also had a percentage point increase from 14.1% to 20.3% for low income using the census data. So the reason why this is important to note, and Martin will cover down on this little bit later, as well as far as the justification of increasing and adopting the proposal to increase our threshold to 200% of the federal poverty level. Now I'll get into the proposed policies, specifically looking at the major service change policy, disparate impact, disproportionate burden, and the fair equity policies. To ground us in a moment before I get into actually explaining the current and the proposed policies, I want to also ground us in the requirements of setting policy as far as our responsibility to comply with the FTA guidance. First and foremost is that we must engage the public, our community members, our customers in the decision-making process. That is part and parcel to ensure that we collect that feedback and honor what community members are saying. From there, we are leveraging community feedback. We have conducted a desk audit research of 22 different transit agencies, and knowing our expertise within the Transit Equity Office and our relationships with various different agencies, it's about setting or establishing that major service change policy and threshold, which is important. Another key important part to that is defining the degree of adverse effects. So the second, after you're in addition to setting a major service change policy, you're also measuring disparate impact, or DI, and effects on BIPOC populations, which is innately or explicitly tied to Title VI. And then the other is the disproportionate burden, where we're assessing disproportionate burden, or DB, or the effects on low-income populations, where I noted earlier, it's not tied to Title VI, but we have this common understanding that given our customer base and being more equitable and inclusive in the way in which we assess impacts on our customer base, this is an important population to conduct this level of analysis. Part of that is establishing the low-income definition. That will ground truth the way in which we measure and assess these potential impacts on these populations. Now I'll be getting into the major service change policy, which is truly about expanding and clarifying the criteria in the way in which we are looking at service change recommendations. So just to give a refresher, I know this was presented on a couple of different board presentations during service equity analyses, but I just want to ground us in the moment of and really set the tone of what the major service change policy is and what it is not. So as we look at this flow chart of the overview of the RTD analysis, really focusing on major service change, if you see at the bottom of the screen, or I want to call out to the bottom of the screen, there is a note. The equity analyses are completed following the receipt of service change recommendations or other comprehensive operations analysis, such as the system optimization plan. I want to highlight that because whether it's our service development or other business units building out the service change proposal or working in concert with our planning division, that proposal or that COA or comprehensive operations analysis is performed first. That's the starting gate. So there's actually a step zero, so to speak. Once that is completed, the Transit Equity Office works in concert with the service development and other staff in planning to assess whether any of those proposed changes qualify, right? It's the gate. It's the qualification of whether or not we are proceeding with step 2, which is the evaluation of the possible impacts. I won't continue on, but I just want to illustrate the point. The point that I want to make here is the analysis is done after the proposal is put and presented to the board of directors. Now let's look at the current major service change policy. So as we know, it is currently defined as a 25% change plus or minus or increase or decrease in service hours on a route or line lasting greater than 12 or more months, or 12 plus months. The adverse effect equates to a geographical or temporal reduction in service that includes, but not limited to, a route elimination or reductions, rerouting of an existing route, increasing headways, And just to spell that a little bit more, it's the frequency in which our buses are moving. So I just wanted to highlight that here. So now let's take a look at the proposed major service change policy. We are recommending that it is any 25% change plus or minus in service hours, in route miles, service span, which is the hours of operation, and frequency of a route or line. This also includes changes that are made one time or cumulatively over that 36-month period. It also applies to the implementation, the elimination, retirement, discontinuing of a route or line. And these are the proposed policy changes for the major service change policy. With this screen here, it is a rack and stack of 16 and 17 and a side-by-side comparison of the current, i.e. 2022 to 2025 Title VI program compared to the proposed major service change policies with respect to major service change that we're proposing for 2025 to 2028. And the big call out here is specifically delineating between BIPOC and low-income populations and the degree or the way in which what dictates action or what does not dictate action if there is a finding of an adverse effect. So I just wanted to call out there that low-income populations will be considered, whereas there are other requirements which we'll speak to a little bit later regarding disparate impact for BIPOC populations. So now let's take a look at the policy goals for the major service change. So if we look at this table here that is presented, we can look at the first column, which is policy elements. And I really want to focus on the goal of each of the policy elements. As we look at the any 25% plus or minus service hours, route miles, service span, frequency, this is really about providing a level of specificity and transparency to the type of change and the nature of impact that it may have. We can see that, or just from the current, where if you're just looking at service hours, it doesn't necessarily give a depiction of the potential degree of impact, whereas if we're comparing route miles, where you're removing stops compared to frequency or hours of operation, all of which can have an impact on all of our customers, but we want to make sure that we are not creating an adverse impact on BIPOC populations and as well as low-income populations. The new route or line elimination or of an existing route line, this is really about providing clarity and alignment with the FTA circular of what is a major service change. This is explicitly spelled out in the circular, but we just want to call it out into our particular program. So we provide that level of clarity. The next is changes made over a 36 period. This, again, as we heard in the public comment, but just to cover down on this particular goal that's spelled out here on the slide, it's really about providing a more informed understanding of the degree of impact over time, with knowing that we make 3 service change recommendations a year, where we want to be able to discern that level or the degree of impact over that 36-month period if it reaches that 25% threshold, which essentially it allows for better balancing and achievement of equitable service distribution. And then lastly, the adverse effect, we can see that it's any impact on transit services resulting from major service changes that disproportionately impacts BIPOC populations, and low-income populations will be considered. Again, here, the goal is to provide clarity to the degree of impact between the comparator groups, whether we're looking at BIPOC compared to non-BIPOC populations or low-income compared to non-BIPOC populations. But this establishes that baseline for the equity analysis to discern what is the degree of impact. It's already tied to our previous adverse effect, but this is more so to clarify and to level set in the way in which we conduct our analysis. So I want to get into a couple of different questions. So what do these major service change policies mean in practice? So one question that I would pose is, would this new policy qualify more route lines changes as major service changes? Before I answer this question directly, as we rewind back and think about the intent and purpose of the Title VI program, And what we have a collective responsibility to do is at least take the opportunity to examine, to assess whether or not this is a major service change, and to understand the degree of impacts on the types of changes. So specifically, I want to call out here is it's contingent upon circumstances. It doesn't necessarily mean that it will or it will not. But as an example, if we look at the implementation or the changes that are going to be implemented on May 15th, 2025, we know that the Route 19, which serves the North Pecos Civic Center Station, 206th and Melody, it will extend the connection from the N Lines North Glen and 112th Avenue station. And then we also have the Route 228A, Lafayette, Louisville, and Broomfield, where it serves the US 36 and Flatiron Station to Forest Park and Arapahoe. And it's adjusting the Route 228 to serve the new Superior Downtown development, and it's a reroute of the northern segment via Dagny Way from 95th Street. I wanted to showcase the example and what the changes are going, or what the changes will be once it's implemented, but also call out the population. We can see for the Route 19 that the demographics around that particular route is 68% BIPOC and 66% low income for the Route 19. We also see with the Route 228A, it's 97% non-BIPOC, 97% non-low income. As I noted earlier in the presentation, this is truly about, the goal is about serving all of our populations as effectively and efficiently. And it's assessing not only, it's not providing preference one over the other, it's assessing it for all of our customers to ensure that we are, again, distributing our services as equitably as possible. So I just wanted to call that to the board of directors' attention and clarify that particular question. Now I'll get into the next question that we'd like to pose is, would this proposed policy prevent RTD from making major service changes? The quick answer to that is not necessarily. And I wanted to give a couple of different examples, but first I will bring everyone's attention to the table on the far right of the screen. And I'll also highlight that visually or verbally. We can see on the left side of this table, there's major changes. And then on the right side, or the second column, is minor changes. We had from January 2023 to the May 2025 service change implementations, we had about 247 changes. Only 26% were considered major service changes, which necessitated a analysis for, or a disparate, moving forward with an equity analysis to assess impacts on BIPOC populations and low-income populations. I do also want to call out the couple of different examples that we have here on the screen. The first one is the 12 potential disparate impact findings, or DI findings. I will call out that although it resulted in a potential DI finding, all of the changes were implemented. It did require that we provided a substantial legitimate justification, as well as take the opportunity to mitigate or avoid any potential impacts. However, staff recommended that we still proceed, because as we look at our service as a whole, in its entirety, holistically, right, and what it represents for the communities that we serve, we still recommended with approving the analysis, even though there was potential disparate impact finding, but we did meet the substantial legitimate justification. I also want to call out the second example is the 3 potential disproportionate burdens, right? These were considerations, but as we think about what the Title VI program stands for, it's about ensuring that we don't get too far over our skis and we're not creating adverse effects on populations that are more likely to be transit reliant or transit dependent, but it's also a nod or looking collectively at all of our customers. Other factors I mentioned in the previous slide with the flow chart of the decision flow chart of when we conduct an equity analysis. It's not just Title VI is one component out of many different factors that we look into as far as putting forth our service change recommendations. We all are well aware of the guiding principles, service development guiding principles, which looks at service change considerations and evaluations, whether looking at resource availability, whether that is our monetary or thinking about operators, our bus operators. And then the Title VI component goes into the regulatory, but we also have contractual requirements. So I just wanted to call that to attention. So lastly, before I pass this on, I did want to close with the Title VI application centered around service equity. We are well aware of the data analysis, the data sources that we utilize. It was primarily focused on the American Community Survey, which is population data, which is one that is strongly recommended by the Federal Transit Administration, and it's the best available data. But in addition to that, the secondary data source that we utilize is customer surveys. So now previously, as I mentioned, that we just recently conducted a onboard customer survey. We now have the capability to be able to conduct our service equity analysis with utilizing ridership data. Again, this is a step in right direction. It's a path to progression as we look at the various tools or data sources that we can utilize that is accurate, that's reliable, that has a level of validity to ensure that we are conducting this analysis with a level of statistical significance. I will also share that when we think about BIPOC populations, the Title VI program is really about ensuring that they receive a fair share of benefits from service increases, and that BIPOC populations are not unfairly burdened by service reductions, and knowing which is another step in the right direction that the board adopted in 2022 as part of the 2022-2025 Title VI program, where we heard the community loud and clear, is that we are also continuing on with our assessment to access to key activity centers. So, and that is looking at grocery stores, academic institutions, social services, senior housing, and places of employment. So it's not just where people live, it's also assessing where people are going. And then now, since we have the latest and greatest onboard survey, we are now be able to utilize ridership data as part of our service equity analysis. So with that being said, I will now pass it over to Martin Romero, Transit Equity Manager.
Thank you, Carl. Good evening, Board Chair and Board of Directors. So following the proposed major service change policy, we have an update to the disproportionate burden policy with a change in the definition of low-income households by raising the threshold from 150% to 200% of the federal poverty level. Next slide, please. So currently a household is classified as low income if its total combined income, meaning the income of all individuals living in that household, is at or below 150% of the federal poverty level. We are proposing to raise the threshold to 200% to better align with the cost of living in the Denver region. This change is important because it comports with the results of the 2024 onboard survey results, which indicates that a high proportion of RTD customers are more likely to be at this poverty level. The board's consideration and approval to increase to 200% will allow a more comprehensive and inclusive evaluation of equity impacts on low-income individuals and families. In turn, this will ensure our services meets the needs of all populations and individuals by being adept, responsive, and sensitive to our customer needs. To the right here, you see a chart from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services that outlines the income threshold used to define low-income households based on household. On household size. So, for example, under the current policy, a single-person household earning up to $23,475 qualifies as low-income. Sorry, Carl, you're covering the slides with the other one. You can stay on that slide. And with the proposed increase to 200% of the federal poverty level, that threshold would rise to $31,300. And likewise, a household of four currently qualifies as low income if their income is $48,225 or less. Under the proposed change, that threshold would increase to $64,300. Next slide, please. Okay, so fair equity policy, the proposed change here is to provide clarification of what constitutes a fair change and when an equity analysis would be required. Next slide. Our current policy is designed to ensure that fare changes do not disproportionately burden BIPOC or low-income customers compared to the overall ridership. So specifically, any fare price change or averages of multiple fare changes must not negatively impact BIPOC by more than 5%. In addition to fare pricing, the policy also addresses fare payment methods. For example, if a payment method such as passes, electronic payments, vending machines, or online options are changed or discontinued, RTD conducts an equity analysis to assess how these changes may affect customers' access to fare options. Next slide, please. Okay, so the proposed policy builds on the current foundation and adds clarity to the types of fare changes, as well as improved clarity on what constitutes a fare change. So as mentioned, we are replacing minority with BIPOC. The proposed definition expands the scope to include any changes in fare prices, types of fare medium, for example, cash or electronic payments, fare products like the day or the monthly pass, different fare levels like standard versus airport pricing, customer categories like senior and youth, and then access to ticket vending machines. So specifically payment options or fees. And the goal here is to clearly define when an equity analysis is required for fare changes and to assess how those changes might impact BIPOC and low-income customers. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving on to the 2022 Service Performance Monitoring Report. This section here focuses on how we compare service performance metrics across RTD systems. Specifically, we look at how service levels and quality differ between BIPOC and non-BIPOC populations, as well as between low-income and non-low-income populations. And this helps us ensure that our service delivery is equitable and identify any potential disparities that may need to be addressed. Next slide, please. So to measure and compare the 6 performance metrics, we first identify and classify each route and line, stop and station as BIPOC or non-BIPOC, and also low income or non-low income. And this classification is done using ACS census demographic data. And once the routes and stops are categorized, we can analyze the 6 metrics, right? So stop amenities measures the availability of features such as shelters, seating, lighting, elevators, and trash receptacles at every stop and station. Vehicle loads tracks overcrowding during peak hours, and it focuses on improving passenger comfort and operational efficiency. On-time performance evaluates the percentage of trips arriving within the defined time window to ensure trust and reliability in our transit system. And then vehicle assignment assesses the average age of the fleet and ensures that newer, safer, and more reliable vehicles are distributed equally or equitably across demographic groups. And then revenue hours examines the distribution of service hours across different areas to promote equity and address underserved communities. And then finally, service availability measures how accessible transit options are to the population and enhancing inclusivity for diverse groups. Next slide, please. Okay, so the 2021 through 2026 strategic plan rating scale aims to ensure equity by evaluating the performance metrics of BIPOC and low-income routes and lines compared to their non-BIPOC and non-low-income counterparts. So the goal is for BIPOC and low-income metrics to be within 10% of their comparator group. And then metrics exceeding 10%, but within 20% receive a caution score, and this highlights areas for improvement. Those over 20% indicate adverse impacts, and that triggers a finding of disparate impact per FTA guidelines. And as Carl noted earlier, low-income populations are not a protected class under Title VI. However, RTD includes low-income as a consideration as part of the assessment. And the assessment can be referenced in the board packet pages 1072 to 1090. So for the purpose of tonight's presentation, we'll focus on the results comparing BIPOC versus non-BIPOC lines and routes in alignment with the FTA guidance. Next slide, please. Okay, so the results for stop amenities shows promising outcomes. There are no potential disparities observed between BIPOC and non-BIPOC stops and stations, as all locations achieve the performance difference within that 10% threshold or better. As we can see in the chart, key amenities such as seating, lighting, shelters, and waste receptacles are consistently on par across both comparative groups, reflecting equitable distribution. Next slide, please. So examining the other 5 performance metrics between BIPOC and non-BIPOC routes and lines reveal that 4 out of the 5 metrics are on target with no potential disparities observed. However, the revenue hours metric indicates a caution finding, as BIPOC bus routes receive 14.2% fewer revenue hours compared to the non-BIPOC counterparts, 43.9% versus 57.1%. And so this marginal score flags revenue hours as an area for improvement, and it highlights the need for adjustments to ensure equitable service distribution for local and regional routes. One thing I do want to clarify is the NA you see on the chart for vehicle assignment. This is because all 66 RTD commuter rail vehicles were purchased in 2014, and therefore there is no difference in the average age of commuter rail vehicles between BIPOC and non-BIPOC lines. Next slide, please. Okay, so to recap, the service performance metrics for BIPOC and non-BIPOC transit modes reveal several key findings across all 6 performance metrics. No adverse impacts were identified, which demonstrates overall equity in service distribution. Most metrics perform as well or better on BIPOC routes compared to non-BIPOC counterparts, aligning with established equity threshold. However, the revenue hours metric highlighted a caution finding for BIPOC bus routes. BIPOC routes received 14.2% fewer revenue hours, 43.8 compared to 9 non-BIPOC routes at 57.1, and this resulted in a caution area score. So this discrepancy underscores the need for improvement to ensure equitable service allocation across all routes. Additionally, system-wide observations showed that BIPOC transit modes received 45.2% of total revenue hours compared to 54.7% for non-BIPOC modes. And although this 9.5% difference is within the acceptable range, it approaches that close 10% threshold. And this is an area that warrants ongoing monitoring and attention to maintain equity in service hours. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to our language access plan, which ensures compliance with Title VI by providing translated materials, interpretation services, and accessible signage to enable equitable access for non-English speakers. And so these efforts support individuals with limited English proficiency and foster inclusivity and breaks down communication barriers across RTD services and programs. Next slide. Okay, so RTD's 2025 to 2028 Language Access Plan complies with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act and the FTA Circular 47021B. It incorporates a 4-factor analysis to evaluate language needs and resources. And this analysis evaluates 4 key factors. So factor 1 is the number of linguistically diverse individuals eligible to be served or likely to encounter RTD services. Factor 2 is the frequency of interactions between these individuals and RTD programs, activities, and services. And then factor 3 is the importance of RTD services to this population. And then factor 4 is the resources available and the costs associated with providing language assistance. And so insights from this evaluation inform the language access measures or the implementation calendar, which ensures timely and effective execution of initiatives. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's cover key results from our 4-factor analysis. So RTD service area includes a limited English proficiency, LEP, populations of over 200,000 individuals, accounting for 6.8% of the total population who speak English less than very well. And among these, Spanish is the most commonly spoken language at 65.4%, followed by Vietnamese at 4.7% and Chinese at 3.9%. And so to ensure compliance with federal language access requirements, We have identified 19 safe harbor languages, including Spanish, Vietnamese, Chinese, Swahili, Arabic, and Russian, among others. Next slide, please. Okay, so the survey results highlight significant insights into language access and barriers within RTD service area. For example, from the frontline staff survey, 662 surveys were completed. 66% of staff reported daily or near daily interactions with linguistically diverse customers, with 86% of these encounters occurring in person at buses or stations. However, 70% of staff expressed challenges in communication, marking an increase of 57% from 2021. So from the community survey, 578 survey responses were completed and were conducted in 14 languages from December 30th, 2024 through February 2nd, 2025. 70% of participants stated frequent use of buses, and 61% reported not having access to a household vehicle. Notably, 29% indicated that language barriers limit their transit use. And additionally, the majority of respondents are unfamiliar with applying for discounts, reporting concerns, using NextRide, or accessing customer care, which suggests gaps in outreach or awareness. And you can find the full results of the 4-factor analysis in attachment F of the Title VI program. Next slide, please. Okay, getting into the public participation plan, which was, as Carl mentioned, primarily developed by the communications and engagement team in partnership with an interdivision work group. And it serves as a framework for how RTD engages with the community with a special focus on fostering meaningful interactions with historically underserved populations. The plan underscores RTD's commitment to inclusivity and equitable participation in its programs and initiatives. Next slide, please. Okay, so RTD's updated public participation plan strengthens community-centered outreach to historically underserved populations while ensuring compliance with Title VI and the FTA Circular 47021B. The plan incorporates intentional strategies to engage with BIPOC and linguistically diverse communities, as well as communities of persons with disabilities and in the decision-making process. And this aligns with federal mandates and equity commitments. It also emphasizes collaboration with community-based organizations to amplify underserved voices. It prioritizes transparent communication to foster trust in the community, and it integrates public feedback into transit policies to demonstrate its impact. Lessons learned from the 2022 public participation plan and as well as taking some pieces from agencies like WMATA and LA Metro inform these updates, advancing RTD's mission for inclusive and equitable engagement. Next slide, please. Okay, so in accordance with FTA guidelines, RTD is required to promote inclusive public participation, ensure meaningful access for individuals with limited English proficiency, and use appropriate methods to gather public input when developing or updating our Title VI program before board approval. And so to meet these requirements, we implemented a comprehensive outreach strategy to collect feedback on the proposed policy updates and the full Title VI program as well in our public engagement efforts. So this ensures alignment with federal standards. Next slide, please. Okay, so as mentioned, we implemented a robust outreach strategy to promote public participation in the proposed Title VI program updates. A news release was issued on April 7, 2025, and that provided comprehensive details on the changes and explained how the public could get involved. Engagement was encouraged through RTD's Read and Write publication distributed on April 21st, 2025 to spotlight participation opportunities. A centralized webpage was also created to outline the proposed updates and allowing individuals to submit comments on specific sections of the entire program. And then between April 28th and May 14th, RTD promoted engagement opportunities through organic social posts on the agency social media channels, as well as through paid advertisements. Our partners, such as the Asian Roundtable of Colorado and Mexican Cultural Center, also shared information on their social media platforms. Additionally, we sent a blast email to over 1,000 community-based organizations and direct service providers within the service area to ensure widespread awareness for all. Next slide, please. Okay, so we also prioritize direct community engagement through in-person participation at key events in April and May, including Dia del Niño Future Fest, as well as Globeville Spring Fest, and planned attendance at the AAPI Culture Fest as well. And these events offered the public an opportunity to interact with RTD staff, ask questions, and provide feedback. Additionally, RTD collaborated with community-based organization contractors who conducted direct outreach, engaging with over 500 BIPOC and low-income individuals at 4 events, and who are still continuing to promote the program update through their socials, newsletters, and in-person events and other means. And to expand its reach, we leveraged existing programs such as the Live Income-Based Fare Program and the Transit Assistance Grant Program to reach organizations serving individuals with immediate needs and directly connect with BIPOC and low-income communities. We shared the program update with 150 organizations who are recipients of the TAG program. We also attempted to gather feedback through the Live Income-Based Fare Program and send information via email to over 12,000 active customers, which was opened by over 8,500 customers. That was an open rate of 43.3%. Our public relations department, who also assisted by sending the information out to on the stakeholders update newsletter to over 28,000 subscribers, and that had an open rate of 40%. Next slide, please. Okay, so to cover outreach results comprehensively, as of May 1st, 2025, we completed 10 events with a total of 1,600 attendees. We completed 5 presentations with 150 plus attendees, direct emails to over 12,000 active Lyft customers and 150 TAG program recipients received the information. We disseminated a news release on January 2nd in relation to the proposed policy updates to 672 subscribers, achieving a 35% open rate. One more read and write article was also released on May 9th, and that reached 979 subscribers with a 43% open rate. The board can reference board packet pages 105 to 110 to read the more detailed community engagement efforts. Additionally, the board can refer to attachment Y of the program update or board packet pages 1092 or through 1095 for comments integrated thus far. So can we go one slide back, Carl? Thank you. So continuing on public overall outreach and public comment results, a read and write was also sent out on January 9th to nearly 1,000 subscribers, opened by 547 subscribers, a rate of 59%. Another news release encompassing the full Title VI program was released on April 7th, which reached the inboxes of 712 subscribers with an open rate of 36%. A Spanish news release was also sent out to multicultural contracts, reaching 102 inboxes with an open rate of 47%. To date, we've received over 100 public survey responses, counting the Title VI policy update responses and the full Title VI program responses as well. We've also received 2,700 total website views, but actually the updated number for this that I received today was over 7,200 website views. And that's as of today. So we are generating traffic and feedback, and we will continue to do so for the next week. The organic RTD post received 9,700 impressions with an engagement rate of 3.3%. And also to speak a little bit more on the paid ads. So between April 28th and May 14th, RTD's paid ad campaign delivered 240,000 impressions, making it one of the most visible engagement efforts during that period. The overall click-through rate, which includes all forms of interaction with the ad, not just link clicks, was 2.9%, which is notably high, indicating strong engagement for the ad. The click-through rate for link clicks to the website alone was 1.2%, reflecting continued interest in learning more about the program update. And then engagement on the Meta platforms was particularly strong. The ads generated over 3,000 clicks and had 119 comments. The 119 comments reflected a mix of feedback. However, the staff are still currently reviewing the comments, as many of the comments made were not in relation to the Title VI program update. Rather, they focused on the artwork or other unrelated matters. Next slide, please. Okay, so the FTA requires RTD's board of directors to review, consider, and approve the full Title VI program update, including all policies and the service monitoring results. This approval must be secured by May 28th, 2025 in order to meet federal compliance requirements. And once approved, RTD will submit the finalized version to the FTA by June 1st or a little before June 30th, since that is a weekend. And so timely approval ensures RTD remains in compliance with federal regulations and reaffirms the agency's commitment to advancing equity and inclusion for all customers. I think that concludes our presentation. Next slide, please. Yeah, that concludes our presentation, and we'll open it up for any questions now.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. I would like us to take a brief pause here, and I have a special guest to introduce. I can't see, there are a lot of folks on my screen, but I do believe that, there she is. My councilwoman, Chantel Lewis, has joined us this evening. Now, Councilwoman Lewis was previously engaged in another matter and couldn't make it for public comment, so we're going to give some space for her to speak tonight. And for those of you who are not aware, Councilwoman Lewis is also my predecessor. A handful of years ago, I ran for this seat and rightfully got my butt kicked. And happily voted for her as she moved on to city council, and she does an excellent job. And I am so proud to introduce my predecessor and my friend, Councilwoman Chantel Lewis.
Thank you so much.
You are recognized. Please
Thank you so
get
much,
away.
Terusha. I really appreciate it. And my dearest apologies for being late. I did have another engagement, as you all know, the work never stops. And I appreciate the opportunity to provide some public comment. And so thank you, Chair Rusha and the members of the Operations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And thank you to the directors and the RTD staff for such thoughtful legislation. My name is Chantel M. Lewis, and I proudly represent Denver's District 8, which includes East Colfax, Montbello, Northeast Park Hill, Northfield, and Central Park. Prior to my time on the RTD board, I actually served as the Transit Equity Specialist in the RTD Planning Department, so I'm quite familiar with Title VI, and I'm grateful to see the agency moving in this direction to expand major service change, low-income definition, and fair equity, which will result in better outcomes for those that rely on our services. During my time in Title VI, this was back in 2016, Michael Washington and I were working to change the federal poverty levels from 150 to 200 and 200% of the federal poverty level. So it's very exciting that almost 10 years ago we were having this discussion, and here we are in 2025, where you all are actually doing the work, committing to the work, and getting it done. And so I could not be more proud. And while better late than never, but never late is better. Don't forget that. I do hope we continue to move in this direction to hold this agency to a different standard that really benefits our riders, a standard that not only considers the process, but centers the people, their experiences, their lives, and their struggles. Today is deeply personal for me, not just as a policymaker, but as someone who has lived the realities we often talk about in these rooms. Those that are dependent on public transportation, those that scrape up change daily to afford the rides for our services, those that rely on the daily tips to ensure they have food on their tables, and they rely on you all for your services to ensure that. And so this policy brings those from the bus stops to the boardrooms, and you all know who I got that from, that are often impacted by our decisions and rarely decision makers in their on the decisions that impact their lives. This policy changes that. That gives communities that are often burdened by policies, especially communities of color and low-income communities, a seat at the table. And you all are asking the right question. Who stands to benefit and who stands to be burdened from policy service, from fair change decisions? And I thank you for prioritizing people over politics, over procedures, over policies. That's what it's about. And I would be remiss to not come on behalf of 13 members of Denver City Council who wanted to also thank you all for moving in this direction. And we were able to move a proclamation forward that is co-sponsored by all 13 council members, which is no easy feat because we don't agree on a lot of things. And so with that, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and for being flexible in your time to allow me to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I I don't have a finer follow-up. And so with that, I think this would be a good time to go for a break. We generally break around 7:30, and I see that Director Nicholson has his hand up. So Director Nicholson, I will recognize you first when we return. But again, we do offer a 10-minute break to give our transcriptionist staff and our community time to rest and recharge. And so with that, we are recessed for 10 minutes at 7:22, and we will return at 7:32 p.m. I will see you shortly. Thank you.
Chair Rusha, I just want to chime in and let you know that it's 7:31.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. I'm here, and my Alexa just reminded me as well.
Great.
Okay, friends, thank you and welcome back. It is 7:33 p.m. and we have returned from recess. Before we recessed, I did note that Director Nicholson had his hand up, and so we will go ahead and recognize him first. Thank you, sir, for being patient. You have the floor. Director Harwick will start the clock. And again, if you hear that ding, just a cue to wrap it up. We're not gonna yank you back with a cane or anything. Ready when you are, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I really appreciated both the process that staff went through in educating us on this. It was a big, meaty topic that took me a while to wrap my head around. And I think a lot of us got a lot more comfortable with what was in this very, very long document as a result of that. I also want to acknowledge the really impressive work in the language access policy that's in there. I was particularly impressed by how thoughtful that was. I come from a place with a lot of Spanish speakers, and seeing us making significant progress on not just with Spanish but all the other languages spoken in the metro area, I think it's super important. I really just have a simple question that's sort of come up as I've really thought through a lot of this over the last couple of weeks. The policy that's being proposed today would raise the FPL definition for disproportionate burden to 200%. But for our LIVE program, we set that number at 250%. And I guess I wanted you guys to explain, why are we not setting the same definition for disproportionate burden that we are for LIVE? Why are we setting two different levels of low income, basically? That's my one question.
Director Rusa, if I may.
I was on mute. Yes, Mr. Green, go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Director Nicholson, thank you so much for the question. So a couple different items that I wanted to highlight with respect to the reason why we are proceeding, or why we propose with 200% compared to the 250% at or below the federal poverty level. First and foremost, it specifically has to do with the availability of data from the American Community Survey or the census data, where the threshold goes to the highest that we can go is 200%. And then the next one after that, given their their markers is 300%. So it's centered on the availability of data. Whereas we think about with the LIVE program, our income-based program, it's at the 250% level, which we raised as part of the system-wide fair study from 185% to 250%, because it's really about means-based testing, where we have programs such as SNAP and other means-based testing to be able to allow us to increase it to that 250%. So they're separate because of the availability of data, but the way in which folks qualify for LIVE program is a different repository of data or information, to say it succinctly.
Thank you, Mr. Green. So I just want to make sure I'm trying to check for understanding. I think that Director Nicholson raised a really good question, and I think I mentioned something a couple years ago when we were voting on our new fare structure to this effect. So I just learned a lot in the last 30 seconds. So if I understand what you said, it's that we can go from 200 or 300, but there's not a way for us to pick the 250%. We have to go 100. Is that what I understood?
Yes, Chair Rusha, it only goes at or below 200% or above 200%. So it doesn't, the threshold, right? It goes from under 50% to at or below, and there's, right, 50 to 0.99, 150%, 1.85 or 185%. It goes to at or below 200%, and then it drops off after that, where you can go to 300, but there's no 250% is essentially what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. And again, I think that was a great question, and we all just learned a lot. So I will, if there's any other member of staff who would like to address this, I will definitely, I'm kind of looking around. I don't see hands raised. But if Director Nicholson, did you have a follow-up, or can we pass the baton and then we'll circle back and let you chew on what we just learned?
I do have a very quick follow-up on that on a technical level, just because I was a little confused. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
I was just wondering, because I did look into this over the last couple of days in terms of how these are getting set, and it's my understanding that transit agencies have a number of different measures by which they set their disproportionate burden level. A lot of them do use FPL. Some of them have just a straight dollar amount. Boston uses 60% of AMI. So I guess my question would be, are we really prohibited from setting that number to something other than just 150, 200, or 300? Could we set a dollar amount? Could we set it to AMI? Could we set it to something else and be in compliance?
Chair Russo, if I may?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Green.
Yes, Director Nicholson, that is a great question. One, to your point with respect to different transit agencies, and one item that I wanted to highlight is in our desk audit of 22 different transit agencies, there were 4 that had at or below 200%. There was 1 that had at or below 185%, and the remaining 17 was at 150 or 100%. The specific data, which allows us, and it's the best available data that we have, knowing that it's a path to progression, and ensuring that we have the best available data to inform the level of analysis that we need to conduct. We specifically use table C17002, which is the ratio of income to poverty level, and those are the thresholds that we utilize. To your question or your comment with respect, it doesn't preclude an agency from using AMI, but what I will say is, similar to other questions with respect to automatic passenger counters or other available data, We just need to ensure that we are moving in the direction where we have the available data that provides that level of consistency, accuracy, validity, and reliability to the way in which we conduct the analysis. So because we have this data, the table that I mentioned, that is why we are using it for now. But as I think about future or other opportunities as we build out the other different data sources that we can supplement, this time period provides the opportunity over this next 3 years to be able to collect that data and look at other means to assess. And I just wanted to call it out just with respect to the Title VI program overall, is it's really centered on race, color, national origin, Title VI protected class, where even per the Title VI circular, where low-income populations is a consideration, and just knowing the amount of resources or people power, we would like to move in that direction. But as far as we want to make sure that we have the available data to be able to conduct that level of analysis using other different data sources such as AMI and so forth.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I also want to recognize our General Manager and CEO, Ms. Deborah Johnson. Ms. Johnson, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Rusha and Secretary Nicholson. Thanks for your questions. And Mr. Green, thanks for your thorough response. At this juncture, what I would offer up to the committee, what I believe would be more prudent, recognizing Secretary Nicholson has asked some very thoughtful questions relative to this and what we could do going forward. I believe it's incumbent upon us to do our due diligence. So I'd be more than happy to work in conjunction with my team to provide a written communication in the form of a memorandum, as I generally do, to answer these questions in greater specificity, as opposed to doing it in the form in which we're doing, because something could get lost in translation. Please recognize that I support the notion on the face of it, but recognizing our responsibility, I want to ensure as we go forward that we have provided you with accurate information where we can cite different aspects of the FTA circular or any other pertinent information for committee members. So thank you. I had my hand up before, you just didn't see me, and I let Carl go. All right.
I apologize, Ms. Johnson. Thank you for your grace. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and recognize Director Chandler, who's been waiting patiently. And then I feel like there might be some additional comment on this topic, and we'll definitely circle back and figure out a path forward to ensure that we're all sufficiently informed. So Director Chandler, thank you for your patience. You are recognized.
Thank you, Chair Rusha. Thank you very much. I appreciate this as well. This has been a very thoughtful presentation. That actually was my question. Where is low income also defined within RTD, and how is that across the board? Because I do think that having a consistent definition would help the agency over the long term. And so if there is a disparity, how can we over time, maybe not tonight, obviously, but over time fix that? Therefore, my question's really been asked and answered. My other question, since I have the floor, is on page, I think it was page 19 of the presentation. You were talking specifically about that 36 months and going over that time frame instead of just a 12-month period. Do you suspect that those compliance numbers or the disproportionate impact would go up or down based on that time frame? Or is it just because we want something to compare it to? I just was wondering, I mean, I get why you're doing it, but I just want to know if you think that it would either go up or down based on that extensive time frame addition from 12 months to 36 months.
Chair Rusha, if I may.
Absolutely. Proceed.
So the great question, Director Chandler. So the intent purpose of the 36 month is to, as noted, with 3 service change recommendations on an annual basis and looking at even over a 3-year time period, let's say, for example, there was a change made to a particular route or line this coming August of 2025, and it was 15%, where it could be a change of
No. Uh,
dramatic
My
effect.
bad. Sorry about that.
I love that
Leftover.
music. It's like Disney or Star
My
Wars.
bad.
Please proceed, Mr. Green.
Yeah, so let's say, for example, in the August service change recommendation, there was a change to a particular route and it was 15%, right? And with the existing, it wouldn't meet the major service change threshold. But knowing that it could have potential impacts, but we're not necessarily looking at it right now because it would be a minor change. But knowing that it's impacting our customers, good, bad, or indifferent, whether it's an increase or decrease. But let's say, for example, in January of 2026, the service change recommendations, it's another 15%. So that's a 30% change in revenue, or not route miles, or span or frequency. So what this particular 36-month cumulative addition or proposed addition is to say, we know we've made a couple of different changes. We're doing our best with all the different considerations of the service development guidelines, resources, etc. It's us as the agency to be able to take a step back to better understand the nature of impacts over time, knowing that it could have an impact on our riders. I couldn't necessarily tell you that it would increase or decrease the number, but again, it's just like the step 0, so to speak, is the service change recommendation. And then the step 1 is, did it meet a major service change? So it provides that collective responsibility to say, okay, we're making changes periodically. Is there a potential impact where we're going in a direction where we need to ensure that we're providing that mitigation or a substantial legitimate justification? But as I noted, with over the past, since January 2023, we've had a number of different potential disparate impacts and disproportionate burdens. There was still staff in consult with community members still were able to mitigate those impacts for various reasons, and we had the substantial legitimate justification. So it's just more so a check in the bag to say, are we assessing the true intent of what we're responsible under the Title VI program?
Thank you, Mr. Green. Director Chandler, does that satisfy your question for now?
To a certain extent, I guess, I mean, you can't obviously predict whether it's going to go up or down, but I guess if you didn't find a disparate impact in the first 12 months, or if you did and it didn't happen again in the second set, what would determine, is it like a ratio of over the whole 36 months? Or I guess I'm just trying to figure out, I get why you're doing it. I'm just trying to figure out if you can predict whether or not that's going to make a big difference in how it's, because over time things fluctuate so much. I don't know. I was just trying to mull that over it. What we could glean from that additional time frame.
Thank you, Director Chandler. So, Mr. Green, if you have any additional comments to that, I'll let you go ahead and address. If not, I will go ahead and recognize Director Pagliari, and then Director Chandler. We will make sure that if that question, which is a really good one and it's a meaty one, isn't addressed by the end of our discussion tonight, that staff will definitely follow up with you in the interim before our end of the month board meeting. Okay, Mr. Green, do you have any additional comments?
I see that our GM CEO Johnson has her hand raised.
I apologize. Gosh, I'm 0 for 2. Miss Johnson, thank you for your grace. Please.
Thank you, Committee Chair Rusha, and thank you very much, Director Chandler, for the question. to the point that Mr. Green raises, it's more or less difficult to ascertain what happened over the course of 3 years, recognizing when you look at land use and other travel patterns and travel sheds and things of the like, there could be a shift just naturally with different elements that happen. Hence, that's why a comprehensive operational analysis is so critically important, and there is a clear-cut nexus going forward. As it relates to the 36-month period, the reason why we are doing it in this fashion is so we can, for lack of a better term, look at it in a holistic fashion where we are mitigating any unexpected adverse impacts. But it is very difficult to more or less provide an answer in the manner in which you're seeking relative to what that may look like. So I just wanted to provide that context as I've looked and been a part of a myriad of service changes over the course of my career, and quite naturally leveraging the aspects of disparate impact and things of the like. I just wanted to offer that up to say we're not trying to skirt response to you, but it'd be very difficult to be able to foresee what that can be. But we are optimistic that this would yield a greater benefit to all and minimize the potential of adverse impacts that would come in a segmented fashion. So I just wanted to offer that up. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And with that, I see Director Pagliari. Thank you for being patient. You are hereby recognized. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair. This is Director Pagliari. I just want to start off with some thank yous. Thank you, Mr. Green. Thank you, Mr. Pena. Thank you, Mr. Romero. And thank you, CEO and General Manager Johnson, for the hard work you put into this, but also for answering questions and providing opportunities for feedback and learning. I have learned a lot since our previous meeting on this, and that's thanks to you guys and the time that you spent with me. And so I think to quickly summarize, my concerns with this were fundamentally making sure that we're seeing this we don't see transit as a zero-sum game. When you I was concerned with language around disproportionately benefiting non-minority and or low-income populations as compared to minority and or low-income populations, specifically because sometimes benefiting transit is a finite resource, and you have to make benefits to one community, and you can't make benefits to every single community. But after meeting with the staff, I've been proven that that's mostly relating to adverse effects and not necessarily addition to transit. And I think it's a difficult topic to talk about, but basically my concerns were we shouldn't be limiting or tying our hands to making transit better when it would make transit better for everyone. And those concerns were pretty much nullified by the team. And we are not this document and these service changes, this does not, Title VI standards does not do that. So just wanted to be clear. And I do support this. So thank you all for your hard work, and thank you for working with me to get to a point where I could better understand the impacts that this would have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Pagliari. That was a very gracious. And before I recognize that Director Nicholson has his hand up. I haven't heard anything from Director Harvick. Director Harvick, I just wanted to check to see if you had any. Okay, that's a thumbs up. And if you don't mind, Director Nicholson, I'm going to go ahead and just check in with our colleagues who are not members of this committee to see if they have anything that they would like to comment on or have addressed. So, for Board Chair Bouquet, Director Catlin, Director Guzman, and if there's anyone else who's joined us since, please raise your hand so that I can call on you and give you some space as well, if you would like. And I believe Director O'Keefe was here at least earlier. Oh, I see Director Guzman. Sir, you are recognized. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Rusha. So first of all, staff, thank you so much. 1,100 plus pages of reading and detailed information to get to this point is a lot to take in. It's taken all the time we've had availability on this to get through it, and you make it sound so simple. So I'm always in awe of your presentations when it comes to these matters. I do want to say thank you for the language access. For me, that is truly important as a member of the Spanish-speaking community, and utilizing the services, it does get complicated, and I find myself more and more as I'm writing our public transit system becoming a resource for folks that don't know how to navigate it, using the other methods that seem facile to people who speak the lingua franca of our fair state and city. I would also really encourage everybody. I'm going to be a yes vote on this when it gets to the board. I'm just letting you know now. I'm really pleased with this. I know there is more work to do and more that can be done, and I appreciate Director Nicholson's questions about why we're using numbers we are. One observation I had and a question that came up as I was speaking with you, Mr. Green, at the City Council in Denver, and then following up with our General Manager CEO, was just a general reminder and to ensure that this is understood, that 36-month look back that you are requesting and the Title VI analysis in general is not a it's not a roadblock. It's not the end of the line, and it's not going to derail service provision or planning in any way. But this is a speed bump to make sure that we slow down enough to double check on our analyses, and we are ensuring that we are providing public transportation for the key word, as our general manager likes to say, is public. And that means everybody. And so I just want to make sure that that is certainly understood with clarity, that this is a speed bump to say, hey, we've made this plan. We think it looks good on paper. Let's double check and make sure so we can proceed forward. It does not, however, prevent us from making service changes in any aspect, as long as we are doing what our ultimate purview is, to provide public transit. Is that a correct understanding?
Chair Rusha, if I may.
Yes, please go ahead.
Great question, Director Guzman. I just wanted to give a quick answer to that. The answer to that question is yes, your synopsis of what you outlined is exactly true. And as we know, one of the board of directors or the board of directors' responsibility is to approve of the service equity analysis. So essentially, even if there are additions of major service changes, we do the analysis. Y'all have the ultimate responsibility to approve of the equity analysis. So I just wanted to say it's not a roadblock. It's a holistic approval process and way in which we do our service equity analysis. And I did want to take a moment and just highlight and publicly acknowledge, because you mentioned the language access plan, and I know our trans equity specialist, Danny McLean, right? She's our first language access coordinator, leaps and bounds over these past couple years. And it wasn't just one, it was the entire RTD. This is a one RTD line of effort. And just wanted to highlight and just express my gratitude and appreciation for the agency, and specifically Danny McLean, our trans equity specialist.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. I don't see other hands raised. Director Harwick, my co-pilot, do you see anyone else with their hands raised?
No, but I just want to opine really quickly. I'm going to take vice chair's privilege just for 1 second. I was in a meeting the other day up in Globeville with Danny, and she was outstanding from a perspective of language access, but also just really listening to the community's concerns. And it was kind of a meeting where she unexpectedly was called on to speak up, and she just really was so great and gracious. And if you're watching, Danny, just really, you were a rock star that day, and you are regularly both in what you do from language access, but just also as a voice for the community. So just wanted to chime in real quickly on that one.
Thank you, Co-Chair Harwick. And I also I echo those sentiments. Thank you to the team. And I'm sure Mr. Green will also pass that along. So with that, I don't see any other hands raised. Director Nicholson, we'll go ahead and circle back to you as promised. You are recognized, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Two quick things. The first is I agree that Danny is awesome and have been extremely impressed with both the quality of her work and the way that she has interacted with the board. So testament to RTD, and I look, hopefully this is not the last language access thing that we have that comes before us so that we can see more of her. With regard to the disproportionate burden and the FPL, I think what I would really like to see I agree that a memorandum is the right way to go with this, and thank you for offering that, GMCO Johnson. I think getting an understanding of how we define low income at RTD, because it's probably not just in these two places. There are probably other things that we do that have a definition of low income. In some cases, it may be very different than 60% of AMI when we're talking about housing is another definition of low income. So I think a memo that explained what our definitions are of low income and where they are and how they're different and why they're different, and then what we can do to align them. Because, I mean, sure, there are different levels of poverty and there are different levels of low income, and understanding what they are and being able to articulate, okay, this program is dealing with really low income people and this program is dealing with middle to low income people are two different things. But broadly speaking, at least from where I sit, if we're saying the LIVE program applies to these people, we should probably be doing our analysis around the same population that we're defining there. So trying to get to a place where we're aligning those definitions and what would be required to align them is really what I'd like to understand, so that we as a board can then come back to you and say, hey, we'd like to do this. We'd like to align these. Here's, tell us how hard this would be and what would be involved in that. So that's what I would request of you, humbly.
All right. Thank you, Director Nicholson. Ms. Johnson, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Rusha. Thank you once again, Secretary Nicholson. As I indicated previously, we are more than amenable to providing a communique that will be disseminated to the full board, providing information that's pertinent so you all can garner an understanding of where we're going. And as I indicated previously as well, we're committed to ensuring that there is consistency. As Mr. Green indicated in his remarks, we have advanced our program. There's still more work to do. We're not going to rest on our laurels, but recognizing where we stand, we will provide information to the best of our ability, addressing the question. And the board's it's within your purview to further engage on the topic, but we're partners in this, and just wanted to state that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I also just wanted to add that I would also be interested in understanding just, I guess, legally what the board's options would be. Just recognizing that we are close to the filing deadline. If the board collectively decided as a policy-making body to take a slightly different pathway with regard to defining low income. And so for me, that's something that I would just like to understand is, the items that Director Nicholson mentioned, but then hypothetically, what options we might have if we wanted to proceed, recognizing, of course, we'd be doing it collaboratively with staff. So I think there's definitely time to follow up on that and become more informed in the next couple of weeks. And I really appreciate the conversation that's ensued around this, not just tonight, but over the last month as well. Director Nicholson, I see your hand is still raised. Is that residual, or Okay, thank you, sir. So I do not see any other hands in the queue. Co-Chair Harwick, do you see any hands up? Okay, all right. So I do believe we still have Councilwoman Lewis with us. Is that correct? Councilwoman, are you still here?
I am here. I'm just off camera.
Okay, well, I was wondering if you could do me a favor, and recognizing that for those of you who don't know, Councilwoman Lewis also chaired our Civil Rights Committee before it was disbanded when we went to the small committee structure. And so would you do me the honor of doing a roll call vote for this motion on the table, and then I will go ahead and concur with the results. I know I put you on the spot. Oh,
no, it's all good. I'm happy to.
All right. Okay, so just as a reminder, our committee members that are present are directors Chandler, Harwick, Pagliari, Nicholson, and myself. So take it away.
Thank you. Director Chandler.
Yes.
Director Harwick.
Yes.
Director Nicholson.
I'm in.
Director Pagliari.
Yes.
Chair Rusha.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Well, and with 5 yeses and no votes, that is a unanimous yes, which means it will go on the consent committee for the end of the month. I'd like to just take my chair's privilege and ask for a little round of applause for our whole team, the staff, community, directors who worked really hard on this. So thank you. And however y'all want to share your thanks. Great job. Wonderful. Oh, and with that, we are, and again, thank you, Councilwoman Lewis, for your presence tonight and doing us the honor. I think it was well earned, and I was happy to deputize you for a moment and share that joy. So thank you. Moving on, absolutely. Moving on to our next item. I want to make sure I have this in order. I believe we have the Allied Universal Security Services contract extension for 1 year. And that will be presented by, hold on one second. I think it is Chief Martingano. Is that correct?
Yes, Director.
Okay, all right, thank you. And so the motion is, or the action of requesting a motion is Allied Universal Security Services contract extension for 1 year for the Board of Directors to authorize General Manager and CEO or her designee to execute a 1-year extension of the existing security services contract with Allied Universal Security Services, including the amendments discussed below, for a total cost not to exceed $22,062,228. Do we have a motion?
I motion that we go ahead and accept the extension of that contract service not to exceed the amount that Chair Rusha explained.
Thank you, Director Chandler. And I think I saw a wave from Co-Chair Harwick. Was that a second, sir?
That was a second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. The proper motion is on the floor. And with that, I will turn it over to Chief Martingano. You may proceed, sir, when you are ready to present this item to committee.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I'm just going to give a background. A lot of the directors were not here when this initial contract went through. So The current RTD security model consists of internal post-certified police officers, secondary employment officers from local jurisdictions, and contracted security officers to provide security for RTD customers, facilities, and property. On June 11, 2019, following a comprehensive procurement process, Allied Universal was awarded a 3-year contract with 3 one-year options to provide system-wide security services. The initial contract went from June 30th to 2022, and we exercised all 3 option years, and that's set to expire on June 30th of 2025. For those that don't know, Allied Universal and the contracted security provides critical infrastructure at RTD facilities, including bus and rail stations, fare enforcement. They assist us with patrol services, enhanced security presence during large-scale events, integrated security technology services, and federally required commuter rail second crew member positions, duties, and responsibilities. Staff recommends that the board authorize the GM CEO to execute a 1-year extension with Allied Universal Services to continue providing system-wide security services. This extension will allow RTD to perform a competitive procurement for ongoing security services consistent with the summary scope of work unanimously approved by the board on February 25th, 2025. RTD anticipates having a new contract in place by June 30th of 2026, subject to a successful procurement and board approval. During the term of the existing contract, Allied Universal has fulfilled the contract requirements to a satisfactory level and assisted RTD in continuity of services. In addition to extending contract for additional 1 year, the below modifications are recommended for the staff, recommended to the contract terms. We're going to do our current Q3 levels of 9,481 hours per week. And there's going to be a 3% increase to hourly wage rate for the armed and unarmed security services personnel. The above proposed amendments are anticipated to enhance overall contact performance and ensure adequate coverage of RTD continues to shift its resources allocation to increase its internal police force and decrease reliance upon contracted security while also responding to increased demand for security. The hourly wages increased are intended to improve recruitment intention and are also supported by market data, are consistent with the increase in prior years of the contract. In adopting this recommended action, the agency seeks to meet the 2021 to 2026 strategic plan priorities of community value and customer excellence, especially with the perceived value of RTD in terms of community value would enhance through the hiring of additional unarmed security officers to serve in ambassador and customer service roles, continued deployment of contract security personnel and higher visibility uniforms, yielding a greater sense of employee, customer, and overall community security in areas RTD serves, and also increased customer excellence will be achieved through the continued viability of RTD Police Department to employ unarmed security officers on commuter rail services, thereby improving system reliability and decreasing delays, also improving system, that's actually written here twice, I apologize on it, and meeting requirements mandated by federal guidelines for commuter rail services so that RTD can continue services for commuter rail functions.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have any questions or discussion on this item? First, I want to recognize General Manager and CEO, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson, please, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Rusha. Just for everyone's edification that may have not been in attendance last night at the Finance and Planning Committee, there was a action item relative to a budgetary transfer. Wanted to ensure that relative to this extension and the monies that are contained, they are contained within the budget. It was merely a line item transfer. Chief Martingano referenced the second crew member. So there's monies that are being leveraged from the rail operations budget being transferred. So I just wanted to ensure everybody was aware that this is not an additional cost that we're incurring as we go forward with a successor contract through the midst of a procurement. Wanted to ensure that you all knew that we have maintained our fiduciary responsibility, ensuring that we have adequate funds. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager Johnson, for explaining that. So yes, this was authorized as a budget transfer by F&P committee last night. It was budgeted, but per our fiscal policy and rules, we do need to we did have to go through that motion before we could send it back to this committee. I see that Director Guzman, your hand is raised. I'm going to go ahead and call on you, and Director Harwick will start the clock, and then we'll move to Director Nicholson.
Mine's real quick. I just want to confirm exactly what was said. So yes, Finance and Planning approved this for you to be able to do your part. Thank you for the cooperation and allowing us to do our part in this.
All right, thank you, sir. You just set a record. Sometimes our committees are a Venn diagram, and this one's a 1-2, oh, I would say punch, but that sounds like a bad joke. Director Nicholson, you're recognized.
So I hate to ask a quick point of information first, but isn't it our policy on the committee to recognize committee members first and then non-committee members afterward? Not that I didn't appreciate Director Guzman's comment, but just to put you on the record here, isn't that supposed to be how we do things?
It's not, well, so it's not a formal rule. It's more of a tradition. And it's possible that I have misfiring neurons when it gets to be 8:17 p.m. and thought you had already spoken, so we had already cycled through.
Yeah.
But no punishment intended, Director Nicholson. But if you do have anything else that you wanted to add meaningfully to the conversation, you may.
I do actually, and this is going to take a second, so I apologize. So I received an email from a constituent about Allied a couple of days ago that I shared with leadership, and I think that it's important to share with everybody because I think it gets to sort of one of the questions that I have and a lot of people have about this contract and our use of secure third-party security as opposed to police officers. So I'm just going to read it. Hi, Chris. Who handles security on the A line? I was just on the 9 p.m. leaving Union Station for the airport. Only a few cars were open, crammed with families. A few minutes after we departed, a female security guard started screaming from the front of the car, "We need TSS! Get out of the way for TSS!" Kids were crying. One little boy said, "Daddy, is something wrong with the train?" If there'd been a bomb on the train, she'd have still been overreacting. Eventually, TSS strolled with her to a forward car. When we got to DIA, I asked TSS what the excitement was. He said, "Not your business," and ended with, "Have a good night, Karen." He was also wearing one of those fascist little thin blue line patches. Is this RTD? I guarantee a lot of those families won't be on again, and I don't use RTD every day to be treated like this. Naturally, the RTD line is closed now. I guess I only have one question to follow that is when someone says TSS, that refers to a transit security specialist from RTD, not one of our PD members. Is that correct?
Chair, for me.
Yes, Chief, please go ahead.
Yeah, so the TSS does mean the transit security specialist under the Allied definitions in their roles. So neither party that was mentioned in that was a transit police officer. They were both the contracted security personnel that was on the train, utilizing them as secondary employment. I'm sorry, secondary crew members. So and that email was sent over. It's being investigated by Allied Universal Management in regards to their personnel issues. And once we get a finding, we then work with them in regards to if that individual violated any policies or procedures, could be removed from the account or be placed somewhere else.
Thank you, sir. Director Nicholson, I trust that satisfies your question. And if it's all right, any follow-ups, I will entrust you to take care of that via email with the chief and staff as appropriate. I'd like to just remind everyone it's 8:20 p.m. Not here to cut off discussion, but we do have a few more items on our agenda. And we all have diminishing returns after a certain time. So with that, we have a proper motion on the table, and seeing no further hands raised, I'm going to go ahead and call for a vote. Director Chandler, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, well, yes. And Director Harwick, Co-Chair Harwick.
Yes.
All right, Director Pagliari.
Yes.
Thank you. Director Nicholson.
Yes for today.
Thank you. And I will also be a yes vote. And so with that, we have 5 yeses, and that will be placed on a consent committee for our regularly scheduled board meeting, unless it is later pulled off at that time. And so with that, we will move on to our discussion items for the evening. And we have 4. Yeah, 4, yes, for tonight's agenda. So first item is for Transit Vision Zero. And I'd like to ask our General Manager and CEO, Deborah Johnson, as well as, I want to make sure I pronounce this correctly. So,
Chair, I'll do that if you don't mind. Yes.
Yeah, sure. I also think that someone might not have their mute on, so there's a bit of interference. But if you would like to go ahead and take it away, Ms. Johnson, and introduce your staff, I'm happy to turn it over.
Thank you so much, Chair Rusha. Greatly appreciated. And just for the full committee's edification, it was last year in the fall, the board adopted a Vision Zero resolution, and more to the point, just in January, this board adopted some SMART goals, SMART short-term goals, specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, time-bound goals as it relates to the position which I hold as the General Manager CEO regarding Vision Zero. Recognizing this evening, the intent of this presentation is to ensure that we ground all committee members in our efforts going forward. We got to this point earlier last year, working in conjunction with then not chair of the committee, but Director Rusha and Director Harwick. They were the ones championing Vision Zero along with Director Guzman relative to what might RTD do relative to ensuring a transit environment that minimizes conflict in reference to vehicular traffic. With that as a backdrop, quite naturally, when we talk about Vision Zero holistically here in the Denver metro region, we do have our Metropolitan Planning Organization, which is the Denver Regional Councils of Government. Some of you sit on the Regional Transportation Committee in conjunction with myself, recognizing that they are the true planning entity for our metro region and our designated MPO pursuant to statute. With that as a backdrop, we have Alicia Lightgeb, who works in planning, and she actually is working in conjunction with Dr. Cog and other entities on Vision Zero related items. And she's leaned into the moment, and she's a member of Bill Soroy's staff in transit-oriented communities. What we intend to do this evening is present an overview of Vision Zero and provide context for RTD's role in Vision Zero. And this discussion tonight will allow me to better develop the strategic initiatives identified in my goals, as I indicated, and more or less garner guidance from all of you relative to where we stand in reference to the resolution. And more than willing to take feedback because this is a collective effort. And Ms. Lightgeb has done some work and will provide some context, and I will close out the presentation and add a little more detail on our thoughts relative to the path forward. So with that, Alicia, I will yield the floor to you.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. As already said, my name is Alicia Lightgeb. I'm a member of the planning department at RTD, and we're here to talk to you tonight about Vision Zero, specifically within the context of transit agencies, and even more specifically about RTD. So we want to first set a baseline around Vision Zero itself, and what exactly we're talking about when we're referring to a Vision Zero. Vision Zero is a traffic safety effort which sets the goal of 0 fatalities and 0 serious injuries on roadways. The goal, no matter what your community is, where your starting point is, the goal is to bring those numbers down to 0. And in working towards this goal, many different stakeholders have to be involved. It takes planners, engineers, policymakers, the decision-making of individual road users across various modes, and also enforcement and continued evaluation of our existing conditions. How does that apply in Colorado? Well, in our own region, we have the Denver Regional Council of Governments, DRCOG, as well as several local jurisdictions who have set their own Vision Zero goals or adopted plans. DRCOG convenes professionals around Vision Zero to share ideas and coordinate on projects. And locals are constantly analyzing and reconfiguring their infrastructure in order to meet those goals. It's important to note here that the roadways on which RTD is operating are managed by other entities. So we cannot make unilateral decisions about road right-of-way, but we can and we do have a voice in infrastructure conversations. I also want to highlight that RTD has these two different safety perspectives internally. It's key to highlight how these perspectives can work together, where they overlap. And just to be clear, one is not a subset of another. One cannot fully replace another perspective, as they each take a deeper dive into different focus areas. One example of this would be within RTD's safety perspective. We look at incidents that occur at RTD facilities, on RTD properties, employee on-the-job injuries, operator assaults, and these things specifically would not be reviewed as part of a Vision Zero perspective. Instead, Vision Zero really looks externally at how the transit system interacts with the larger transportation network. So Vision Zero is very focused, of course, on the location of different incidents, the mode that was involved, because these types of characteristics can then influence what interventions are appropriate at a given location, whether that be an intersection or a specific corridor. So delving deeper into the context of transit agencies generally, first, it's important to acknowledge that transit itself is a preferred mode of travel when we're talking about increasing safety in our transportation network. Shifting users from automobiles and onto transit can help support those community Vision Zero goals. And one of the most important things that RTD can do to promote Vision Zero is to provide high quality transit service. Now, even though that is the backdrop of the conversation, there certainly are other factors to consider that could move the conversation on Vision Zero forward further. Some of these opportunities could involve providing funding, policy and planning efforts related to agency-owned properties, overall safety and awareness campaigns. I'm going to highlight some examples from other transit agencies related to those three topics, but I want to make clear that the three transit agencies that are noted on the slide here, they themselves do not brand their initiatives as Vision Zero per se, but the goals and the initiatives themselves are very much in line with the goals of Vision Zero. And none of these agencies are a one-to-one match with RTD, right? We all operate different services. We have different service areas, climates, et cetera. And overall, if we're applying a Vision Zero perspective to a transit agency, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. So looking first at transit agency funded infrastructure improvements. So much like RTD, BART cannot simply go out and reconfigure any street surrounding their stations that they would like. But they did determine that it was worthwhile to financially support right-of-way improvements. Specifically, they established a grant program called Safe Routes to BART, which was funded through a larger ballot measure aimed at rebuilding critical BART infrastructure. Small portion of that overall budget was reserved for active transportation projects, so walking and biking, that connected transit customers to BART stations. And here highlighted is an example of one of the projects that was funded through the Safe Routes to BART program. Specifically, it was to create a protected intersection along a corridor that was nearby to the Fremont BART station, where there were other substantial bike infrastructure improvements already completed or underway. The total budget that BART put forward for the Safe Routes to BART program was $25 million. That has now all been awarded. Moving on to policy and planning, this is another opportunity to support Vision Zero. One example of a policy that would apply is a station access policy. So the focus there would be to establish goals for how transit customers can access service, and particularly to establish a hierarchy for station access, which is what you see on the right here. You'll notice that this places pedestrians and cyclists at the top of that hierarchy, and these are the folks that we would refer to as vulnerable road users from the Vision Zero perspective. This policy can help guide future decision-making about transit agency-owned assets, such as their land holdings. And finally, transit agencies can promote safety directly to the public through things such as signage at stations or wraps on vehicles. These campaigns could be broad in nature, focused specifically on Vision Zero or transit safety, or could address more specific issues such as suicide prevention. So now I'd like to share a little bit about RTD's data and how this could be used for Vision Zero purposes. So an important element of Vision Zero is being able to track progress towards that goal over time, that goal being reaching 0 fatalities and 0 serious injuries. The source of truth here for us would be RTD's own internal data. However, this information is used differently across different teams at the agency. Vision Zero would look, again, at mode of the other entity involved in a crash. So pedestrians, cyclists, other motorists. Right now, data related to cyclists is being recorded as a part of other travel modes, which makes it difficult to filter out the data we would need to give a clear picture and track those figures over time. Vision Zero also, again, focuses on those injuries and fatalities. Where this is tricky is specifically with that fatality figure. It's difficult to consistently acquire that information. And just to give you an example, unfortunately, if a fatality did occur and that happened at the scene, or there was video evidence that RTD staff could review, that could be clearly recorded as a fatality data point. However, there are cases where someone could be transported to a hospital and then later pass away from their injuries. And in those scenarios, RTD typically doesn't have insight into outcomes further down the road in order to reflect those in our own data. And finally, at RTD, we're often using the word accident, which is very different from the conversation amongst Vision Zero professionals, which has specifically tried to move away from the term accident, with the reasoning being that accidents are typically thought of as something that is out of our hands or somewhat inevitable or somewhat acceptable. But the perspective of Vision Zero is very clearly that no number of fatalities or serious injuries is acceptable. And given the design and construction of our transportation system, it's an accident would be a misnomer. So looking at an example that should be relatively familiar, this is from last month's OSS committee meeting, the safety performance report that was delivered by RTD safety team staff. You can start to see some of the differences in how RTD's internal data would be used and reported. So again, we would just be looking at those fatalities and injuries. We would also not have a need from the Vision Zero perspective to break out services by directly operated or purchased transportation. And then, of course, we would not be comparing the performance to goals set in the PTASP, our goal consistently across the board would be to help those numbers reach 0. So I mentioned earlier that there are some examples from other transit agencies that are seemingly engaging in Vision Zero-esque actions, even if they don't have a formal Vision Zero declaration. And I want to note that RTD is part of that as well. These are activities that we would not typically call a Vision Zero initiative, but again, are in alignment with the goals of Vision Zero. So of course, we want to locate bus stops in safe locations for our customers, which often means placing stops so that a bus first will cross through an intersection before stopping at the far side and allowing customers to exit and enter the vehicle at that point. RTD staff are also regularly coordinating with developers and local jurisdictions on infrastructure changes, right-of-way improvements, and things of the like. Related to suicide prevention, there are resources that are carried by RTD PD and available on vehicles or online. And right now, RTD staff are also working on the BISIA, the Bus Stop Infrastructure and Accessibility Assessment, which is an effort focused on collecting data related to bus stops throughout the district so that we have a better understanding of what's on the ground. And with that, I would like to hand things off to our general manager and CEO to conclude the presentation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Leeban. So if you can progress to the next slide, thank you very kindly. So really, where we stand here relative to next steps, want to ensure that we are working in tandem with committee leadership for operation safety and security so we can ground ourselves in our path forward. So recognizing the work that has been done by staff, looking at different examples, it's important to note when the resolution came forward from the board of directors, RTD would be the first transit agency, i.e. That would have a Vision Zero resolution for the in the vein of what was just outlined, recognizing BART and VTA and MARTA. While there are certain elements there, recognizing that transit agencies generally don't have auspices over the arterials and things of the like of which they are traversing with their vehicles, there's the partnership aspect. So as we look at next steps, one thing that's critically important is we want to at least get some guidance relative to a couple of elements that we want to explore. For instance, USDOT, there is a grant available, Safe Streets and Roads for All. Applications are due in June. Staff will explore opportunities to apply for this grant to address Vision Zero planning and potential pilot projects. This will give us an opportunity to have a funding base going forward. And with these projects, they're all in a planning, they're from a planning nature. So it'll give us an opportunity to really do our due diligence relative to what could be as we go forward. As we talk about adopting a station access policy, recognizing the example that was provided relative to the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District, i.e. BART, this might be an opportunity for us as well as we talk about establishing goals for how transit customers can get to stations and access service. It really would create a hierarchy with vulnerable road users at the top and pedestrians and cyclists and scooter users as well. As we all see, relative to the arterials in and around downtown, you have individuals that are utilizing scooters, oftentimes impeding, I would say, movement of vehicular traffic because folks aren't adhering to the rules. And I know Co-Chair Ian Harwick will be familiar with this quite naturally when you're not supposed to be riding a scooter on the streets, or excuse me, on the sidewalks of the city and county of Denver, for instance. So this would give us an opportunity to ensure that we could work in tandem and leverage a clear-cut policy relative to that. Quite naturally, as we shift to the external focus, collaboration with local jurisdictions is paramount. Through the DRCOG Regional Vision Zero Working Group, which Ms. Leeban is a member, and through development proposals and right-of-way reconfigure reconfiguration reviews, and then quite naturally, what's critically important we know is public engagement and a safety awareness campaign, possibility to be led by RTD's communications and engagement team, basically would garner input, opinions, and perceptions from the community, also from our vantage point, including promotional materials such as station signage and bus apps and web materials. Those are just examples to really further the conversation about how incredibly important it is, because we're all players in ensuring that we could get to some level of zero. I would be remiss not to state that as we engage with our partners at DRCOG, the community as a whole, the region as a whole has been working on this, and we all collectively have work to do to get to the zero. But with that, I wanted to yield the floor to the committee chair to offer some insights relative to the entire committee as it relates to potential paths forward. So wanted to thank you all for the opportunity, and quite naturally, this will in turn help us discern as we go forward what initiatives we can leverage relative to short-term goals that will benefit not only internally, but our customers as a whole and the traveling population. So with that, I'll yield the floor, Madam Chair, I yield the floor, Chair Rusha.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation and the thoughtfulness behind it. And so I'm going to go ahead and speak to some of the items and just give a quick review of what we had done last year and the year prior. So I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Vice Chair Harwick, June marks the 2-year mark of when we first started this conversation. So, so for my new colleagues on the board, we being myself, Director Harwick, and Dr. Guzman, met with Vision Zero advocates and said, hey, could Vision Zero apply to transit? And I'll be honest, the response we got initially was modal shift is part of Vision Zero, get people out of cars. And but then we said, you know what, why not have some town halls and discussions and do some research and think about it. What's the worst that can happen? And as it turned out, as we progressed and we worked, I think 5 months actually, over multiple meetings, collectively, we clocked well over 120 hours. And we found that yes, Vision Zero does apply to transit when a transit agency embraces it. But what we don't have in North American culture is that culture of embracing Vision Zero. As someone on our working group said, zero means zero, not less. And so when we say that RTD embarking on this endeavor really is groundbreaking, we're not just tooting our own horns, we are not being disingenuous. There is no blueprint, at least, in the at least in the US, or I would say even Canada, although they're starting to move towards it, that we could say, okay, this is what this transit agency does, and we are going to apply. That being said, Vision Zero principles apply, and the models that we could look at, particularly certain countries in Europe, are operating under very different systems. And so it might feel like 2 years on we're behind, but recognizing that this is a really major endeavor, and this is government, and we have a lot of moving parts. We're also moving at the speed of lightning. So this is a lot of progress. I will make sure that all of members of the committee, if I haven't done it already, I will share with you all of the documents, the original resolution. There's a shared drive, and you're free to poke through and see our meeting minutes and reach out with any questions at any time as we move forward in this endeavor. I want to just finally note, as our CEO noted, that what we have tonight is just sort of a starting point, a jump off point. It's a discussion point, and an opportunity for committee members to weigh in on what they would like to see in terms of next steps and outcomes. This doesn't get done overnight. It doesn't get done in a month. But we have to start somewhere, and the board and staff were very clear last year that 0 means 0, and we're going to do the work. And so with that, I will also note that I conferred with my colleague, Director Harwick, who was an extraordinary champion for this policy, and did so much work with me and Dr. Guzman to bring this forward. And he has generously offered his time to be our committee's point of reference and contact to work with staff as they move forward collectively and collaboratively, and then they can report back to this committee as needed, and we will discuss next steps in the months ahead. I fully trust him. He is a subject matter expert, and I sometimes think I get a disproportionate amount of credit for Vision Zero, but Director Harwick was a silent hero in the background, and it's really is shared up between the three of us who worked on this, and the groups and staff who also came in and gave their feedback and advice. So with that, Director Nicholson, I see your hand up. I'll recognize you. Please go ahead and ask any questions or give feedback.
Thank you very much, Chair Rusha. So one thing that I've learned from having two of my friends kill themselves when I was growing up is that if someone really wants to commit suicide, it can often be very, very difficult to stop them. And I think that for me, as my mother liked to say when I was growing up, you can't control the actions of other people. You can just control your own response. One thing that I didn't see in the presentation was any mention of response times, because the difference between, having a suicide attempt and being found a minute after it happens versus being found 20 minutes after it happens is often the difference between hospital and morgue. And so I wanted to get a sense of, do we think about measuring how we are, how quickly we are able to respond, and whether we have assets in the right locations in order to be able to respond in under 5 minutes, under 10 minutes, under 20 minutes, whatever the benchmark is. And do we think that that is a metric by which we should be measuring our ability to effectively, address these incidents? Thank you.
Thank you, Director Nicholson. If you don't mind, I wanted to ask just a clarifying question so that I understand. I was listening and tracking with CART. So when you talk about like a response time, are you referencing a response time in which staff or there's some indication that somebody might commit harm, or after harm has been committed, or both? I wanted to understand, and then I will yield the floor to Ms. Johnson to answer.
Yeah, no, really great question. I think more in the instance of, something actually happening, someone being hit by a train or a bus, and us having a resource to, provide first aid, to get someone, but I think addressing both of those, because we don't generally see reports when someone is saved before something happens. We don't, all the successes we don't get any numbers on those, and maybe we should. But yeah, just the general ability of our staff, of our police, of our security staff to effectively provide assistance when these incidents happen. So I think the answer is really both, but more the former.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Johnson, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair Rusha. Thank you, Secretary Nicholson, for the question. So while I appreciated the purpose of our presentation tonight was more or less to get guidance and direction, but to address your question specifically when you were talking about individuals that may want to cause harm to themselves or things of the like, recognizing what was presented, oftentimes we may not know relative to the causal factors relative to circumstances that may occur in and around our right-of-way. Because we're not privy to that information. For instance, if in fact somebody basically was traversing our right-of-way, for instance, and just say, something occurred or somebody went around warning systems and things of the like, there's no way if we know it's intentional or not, but there are protocols and processes in place that we have quite naturally, and individuals are trained within our organization. But relative to the specific question that you ask, that's very difficult for us relative to the data in which was mentioned in last month too, when we had our system safety personnel, Nathan Marks, presenting that information is very hard to deduce relative to us going forward, so we could conjecture and speculate. One thing that's critically important as we look at what we're doing collectively and pursuing a planning grant such as this, perhaps, and I qualify that perhaps because I haven't looked at the criteria for that notice of funding opportunity, what the various aspects of that would entail, but that is a possibility as we move forward. So I just wanted to ensure that you understood that the purpose here was to talk about the different possibilities and where might we go relative to leveraging aspects that could just decrease the conflict with bicyclists, pedestrians, scooter users in and around RTDs right away in conjunction with partnerships through local jurisdictions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Director Nicholson, I'll let you go ahead for a follow-up.
Yeah, just to clarify, I was referring to suicide as a like a personal example. This obviously applies regardless of whether someone is hit because they were in, we've had incidents since I've been on the board that were due to someone getting hit when they were trying to, run across the thing, and it was pretty clearly not an incident of self-harm. And we've had incidents where maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I'm just wondering, does it make sense for us to try and clock our ability to get to those scenes, to get to those incidents, and understand, are we doing it quickly? Are we taking a long time? Are we doing it well in certain locations than others? And how are we doing relative to other transit agencies that try to have certain, and obviously the DPD and others probably respond to a lot of our incidents as the first people. But yeah, just because we were talking about data, and we had a bunch of things on the data slide, and one of them was not response times, and that's what flagged this for me.
Director Rusha, Chair Rusha, excuse me.
Yes, absolutely, go ahead.
So yes, thank you for the clarity, Secretary Nicholson. And I know you are using, suicide as example, and I'm talking about just holistically in reference to trespassers and interactions with rolling stock. From the transit perspective, what we're tracking is how quickly we can restore service, because our primary responsibility is service delivery. So if in fact there is an incident, what are we doing to ensure the connectivity or the seamlessness, or not seamlessness, I shouldn't have used that term, but how quickly are we restoring service when there is a disruption or interruption? And that's what we're tracking, because quite naturally, if there is a circumstance and there is another responding jurisdiction, this gets to the factors that I've raised in previous conversations when we talk about on-time performance or service reliability. There could be extenuating circumstances of which we have no auspices over. And so recognizing what we do have auspices over, to the best of our ability, is the restoration of service to continue on with what our core business is, which is transit service delivery. And so that's what we're looking at, because how quickly can we put a bus bridge in place? If there is a disabled vehicle, because we've been told to hold the vehicle due to the fact that it's going to be part of an investigation, we are limited in what we can do. So we're looking at it from service restoration perspective and not in reference to a response time of the impact relative to a circumstance that has happened in and around the agencies right away.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I'd also like to just add to that, Director Nicholson, and I know that you joined some of our Vision Zero meetings, and one of the things that we also spoke about was mitigation strategies and our grade crossings, and technology that would be available that, you know, may not stop every incident, but certainly would reduce the risk of that unfortunate outcome. And so that could be a pathway that RTD could explore. And I don't want to speak for staff, so I hope I don't get this wrong, but if I recall, it might have been 2 or 3 years ago, we did apply for a LiDAR grant, and I think it was Smith and Havana, that would detect bicyclists, for the PTC to detect bicyclists, excuse me. And unfortunately, we didn't receive those funds, but that would be like an example of a preventative measure, you know, that helps everybody, you know, and increases just safety for all. So I won't speak for my ivory tower and get too deep into it, but I think that the point you brought up was good and salient, and there are opportunities, multiple opportunities that we could explore to, you know, reduce these incidences. As the person who lives in the neighborhood with the most passenger strikes that result in death, literally up the street, I can say it hurts, and it hurts my neighbors as well. So with that, are there any other folks who would like to offer comment? I have a couple of things that I personally would like to see come out of a plan moving forward that I'd like to address quickly. And then, as noted, we will let Director Harwick confer with staff, and they can report back on some more concrete next steps in the next couple of months and how we will move forward in planning. So seeing no other hands, I just want to note a couple of things. The first is I really loved the station, the discussion about station access. So I live next to Peoria Station, and we call it playing Frogger because the pedestrian environment has you know, cars in a parking lot. The station itself isn't very accessible for the pedestrian to get there. And then you cross along the R line and A line tracks, and one falls under the FTA and the other the FRA, and they have different regulations. And we even have a passive crossing if you're exiting, I think we call it the north side, I call it the east side, which essentially means it's line of sight. And so that, you know, really spoke to me. There are other stations, of course, you know, that I think could use a second look, but even something like doing a study on a station that we have data on, that we know incidents are occurring, would enable us to, you know, find, you know, take potentially move, you know, forward with some strategies, you know, relative to that, what we call like a hotspot. So I really appreciated that being called out. And is that the, oh, I'm sorry, that's my Alexa. And I thought it was or is it, nope, it's my Alexa. So I'm going to pause and tell Alexa to pause. Well, now I know it's 9 o'clock. Thank you, friends. For me, I'd like to see more inclusion of rail and at-grade highway intersections. A plan, framework and ensuring public participation, and think about, what can we do now in planning for next year's budget. Whether it is, grant potential, but also our internal funds. Really just radically embracing the safety culture, challenging ourselves, continuing that community outreach. I call it smarter engineering. Sometimes small infrastructure upgrades can make a huge difference. Ensuring that we are continuing to engage with our labor partners, the ATU, and our Joint Labor Management Safety Committee, and looking at things like language access barriers, ADA accessibility, and just remembering that all of our customers are pedestrians at some point. Even when you drive to a park and ride, you're going to get out of your vehicle, and make your way to one of our vehicles, right? And so I think that we've gotten off to a great start. There's a lot of work to be done. I'm very proud of where we are, and staff Director Harwick has my full faith and confidence in moving forward. So I wanted to close on that positive point and say thank you for staff's time and engagement. We, as a board and as a community, asked a lot. We asked RTD to be the first, and that's not a small request. And so I think it's also our responsibility to give and support as well. And we are here, I think individually and collectively to provide that when needed. So with that, seeing no other hands, and it is 9 o'clock, and I was hoping to get out by 9:30. We've got a few more items. We will go ahead and close out this discussion and move on to our customer-facing communications, real-time information, and service alerts. This was brought to you by Director Nicholson earlier in the year and successfully added to our work plan. So I would like to ask Stuart Summers, our Chief Communications and Engagement Officer, Will Adams, Senior Manager, Customer Care, and Patrick McMahon, Manager, Software Architecture and Development, to present this item. Whomever is on tap first, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you and good evening, Chair Rusha and members of the Operations Safety and Security Committee. As introduced, my name is Stuart Summers. I'm the Chief Communications and Engagement Officer here at RTD. This evening, I'm joined by Will Adams, our Senior Manager of Customer Care, and Mr. Patrick McMahon, our Manager of Software Architecture and Development. This evening, we're going to take you through customer communications and specifically focus on real-time information and our service alerts, and provide an update about our mobile application project that is underway. So as far as an outline, we'll start and navigate you with some of our system overview, the architecture, some of the challenges we're facing today. We'll take you through service alerts, how they are disseminated, and how we engage with customers via that process. We'll take you through our mobile applications and some changes that are on the horizon, some near-term plans we have to enhance our mobile applications, and then just take you through some next steps and timeline as well. So as far as an overview, I think it's important to start with what are the goals of customer communications? And first and foremost, we want to ensure that we're supporting that customer experience, providing clear, timely, accurate information, the information that customers need to be able to use our services to navigate the system and do it in a way that's comfortable, convenient, and efficient. Also promoting, transit access and utilization, proactively communicating so that individuals that are using our bus and rail services are able to fully access those services and repeat utilization in the future. Also support our bus and rail operations. We are people in the people moving business. We want to ensure that the digital tools and the resources we provide allow customers to freely use the system and avoid over-reliance on staff for information. We don't want to have to be a barrier to people having the information they need to access our services. And then lastly, and I think just as important, we want to build trust and transparency. We want to make sure that we're providing consistent updates, the information that people need so that they can freely use the system and do it, especially during disruptions, so that there are no barriers, that people know exactly how to get from point A to point B and do it in the manner that they expect with as least disruption as possible, especially during those unplanned disruptions. So I want to now turn over to Mr. Patrick McMahon to take us through a little bit about our system architecture.
Yeah, thank you, Stuart. Again, I'm Patrick McMahon. I'm the manager of software architecture and development. I'll give you a brief overview of our real-time information system, the Transit Information System. So RTD's prediction engine, the TIS system, at a high level consists of three main architectural components: inputs, storage and transformation, and outputs. Inputs consist of disparate data sources and disparate and unique data sources depending on the mode of transportation. We have legacy on-premise infrastructure and technology and modern cloud platforms that comprise the storage and transformation component. Outputs are derived and delivered using various information service delivery methods that support customer-facing communications. Next slide. So at a high level, this is a diagram demonstrating some of the complexity involved with our current real-time information service delivery. You can see that the inputs and outputs data pipeline is inconsistent across the architectural landscape. You can see on the left in the inputs, different modes of transportation, different systems that we're using as source data to feed into our TIS prediction engine. So you've got SCADA, on light rail, you've got init CAD-AVL on board the buses. You've got commuter rail. There's a third-party WABTech application that hands off data to RTD to then transform into our prediction engine. And then you have service alerts going through a separate data pipeline. All of these are outputting to different channels, whether it's third-party applications, RTD applications, or signage at our stations and stops. All this information is, from a data pipeline perspective, very disparate. Next slide. So some of the challenges: the information system data pipeline lacks standardized source data feeds, as I'd mentioned. Furthermore, the real-time prediction engine was originally developed in an inflexible and monolithic coding framework, implemented on end-of-life infrastructure technology, limiting our ability to scale to the evolving needs of the agency. Next slide. In addition, RTD's current scheduling software does not have the flexibility to accommodate schedule changes in the middle of a run board. So in other words, maintenance activity that might change the schedule that's already been published. To accommodate these changes to the run board, RTD developers must hard code the change into the application code base. Because of this monolithic code base, any change presents risk to the overall integrity of the software application. Next slide. Additional challenges around the disparate data sources. These disparate data sources and methods create complexity of inconsistency in the level of prediction accuracy for each mode of transportation. As I'd mentioned, SCADA for light rail, the onboard init system for bus, and the proprietary software called WABTech for commuter rail. Recently, going back to light rail, RTD deployed an internally developed light rail GPS solution that is currently being monitored for accuracy and reliability. Overall, what we have seen is that using light rail GPS is significantly more accurate than SCADA. However, as good as the new light rail GPS system is, the application, the underlying infrastructure that it sits on still provides or presents reliability risk for light rail GPS and other RTD applications running on this infrastructure. Next slide. RTD plans to modernize its information service delivery systems and underlying infrastructure through a comprehensive architectural approach. This will provide modern enterprise data services that meet current agency needs and are flexible and scalable enough to adapt to future demands. This is not a point solution. This is a shift away from one-off solutioning to enterprise service delivery that scales, all based on sound enterprise architecture principles. And next slide.
I'm going to pivot and talk a little bit about digital signage. About a year ago at the Operations Safety and Security Committee, I gave a presentation about RTD's digital signage and some efforts we had at that time underway and things that are continuing to this day. So I think it's important to note, as Mr. McMahon had mentioned, that there are multiple different data feeds that also feed our different digital signage that we have at rail platforms and at select bus stops. And so we have several different digital signage types across the system. Last year, we began an assessment of the different signage, really trying to understand where we had signage that wasn't working, is inoperable, and then also making plans to replace signage that wasn't working with functional signage. And just to kind of illustrate this point a little bit further, there's three types of signage, three buckets that we consider for our digital signage. We have what's called VMS, or variable message signs. These would be they display one to three lines of text. It's usually service-related information installed at light rail platforms, commuter rail platforms around Denver Union Station. The second category are what we call PIDs, or public information displays. This is an example from the underground bus concourse at Denver Union Station. They're customer and employee facing. We have them internal at some of our employee facilities. Really focused on displaying schedule information that's more complex. Also must-know information. We use them to promote different RTD services. And then also there's a share of voice with Lamar advertising for paid advertisements. And then the last one, which is new to our system in about the last 18 months, are what we call UATs, or Universal Advertising Totems, or simply totems. And these are predominantly at our rail platforms. We have more than 100 that are in the ground today. Really to display schedule information, promote agency services, safety information, transit watch promotions, etc. So really trying to be forward-facing with customers. And this is what we're trying to assess as we go through this data architecture that Mr. McMahon mentioned, of all these different signage have different feeds going to them, and ensuring that the same information is presented in all areas so it's accurate and consistent. Next, I want to turn over to Mr. Adams to take us through service alerts.
Thanks, Stuart. Next slide. The customer care division is responsible for the service alert system itself, its processes, and our standard operating procedures. The system itself, as Patrick mentioned, feeds data to TIS and to Salesforce, so we're reliant somewhat on the uptime of those systems. The purpose of our service alerts are to provide real-time updates about disruptions, delays, detours, and other changes impacting bus and rail services. Excuse me. Subscriptions are available at the bus route and the rail route level, as well as by direction of travel and all the way down to the station or stop level. Alerts are sent via email and text message, SMS, and displayed in RTD's Next Ride application, as well as multiple downstream systems and third-party apps such as Transit app and Google. In 2024, we sent 12,239 service alerts, up slightly from the number sent in 2023. Next slide. The digital team within the customer care division is responsible for sending alerts for light rail and commuter rail Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. This also includes social media posts on primarily X and the VMS digital signs at light rail stations for planned disruptions. Bus dispatch sends all unplanned service disruptions 24/7. So last minute detours, trip cancellations and the like. And then customer care manages all alerts for planned disruptions that impact bus service. So there's a lot of moving parts here. Outside those regular hours of 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., the rail-related service alerts are managed by the controllers at light rail, at commuter rail for the N line, and then Denver transit operators for the A, B, and G lines. Now, the first responsibility of controllers during any kind of a disruption of rail service is to ensure safe operations, the safety of our passengers and frontline employees, and then restoring service as quickly as possible. We recognize that at times this may lead to service alerts not being sent in a timely manner, and that there may be inconsistency in the style of alerts sent. To address this, we are working on drafting a proposal to increase customer care support for all service alerts for light rail and commuter rail outside of our current hours of 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., which could mean a redistribution of current staff and additional staff as proposed. Next slide. One enhancement I'd like to point out that we made in March is we upgraded the service alert system to support long format text messages. Previously, we were only able to send SMS messages up to 260 characters, which meant that most alerts were truncated, and the customer was presented with a link that they had to click to read the full message. We upgraded to long format, which makes up 1,530 characters, which is probably about 90% of our service alerts are at that character count or below. So this just allows for a more comprehensive experience for customers.
And then lastly, I want to take us through mobile applications really quickly. So I think everyone's well aware, RTD has 5 separate mobile applications that we manage and maintain. NextRide, which is our trip planner app, MyRide, which is where our mobile ticketing resides, Transit Watch, where you can report safety and security concerns, QRide, which is our Access-a-Ride services, and then Demand Trans, which is for FlexRide. And each of these apps are different in if they're web-based applications, if they are owned by RTD, if they're vendor owned, or if they're what's called a native application, which would essentially mean it could be downloaded from the Apple Store or from Google Play. As we can all agree, this creates a less than ideal customer experience. We often hear, which RTD app do I need to use your services? Which app is the app that rules all apps? And so multiple applications create confusion. There's significant time and resources from staff annually expended to maintain and market and promote these different applications, trying to communicate what each of them, the function that each of them provide. There's also a lack of cohesive navigation and overall brand. You can see these examples on the screen. While they all have similar RTD brand, colors, fonts, iconography, they also look different. Their navigation and function operates differently. And then a question we often hear is, a reliance on third-party applications like Transit to meet customer needs. The challenge with third-party apps is RTD then doesn't own that customer relationship. And that's important to us. We want to make sure that we're the ones providing information to our customers and we maintain that relationship with them. So a little bit about web-based applications like NextRide app. They're faster to develop. They're faster to get out to launch. It's essentially a website. Relies less on a specific app development skill. The startup costs are less in comparison to developing a native application that would be developed and available on an app store. Some of the limitations: it requires customers to add a web link, to create a bookmark if they want to access it. And then also the functionality is limited, no offline capabilities. And so you always have to be connected to the internet if you want to utilize a web-based application. The NextRide app launched in February 2022. Obviously, it is not available in app stores like Apple or Google Play. It provides schedules. You can plan trips, you can track vehicles, check service alerts. The content is currently available in 10 languages. So we've made a lot of upgrades to the NextRide app, but we know it's not quite there serving our customers and providing that experience that we know is needed. A little bit more about the history. The decision was made to create a web-based application due to some demand at the time, trying to address a problem with a quick solution. The staff skill set at that time was limited. It was during the pandemic, trying to get some sort of a trip planner out there so that customers could utilize the system and get the information they need. And then just some data. This is provided monthly in the Customer and Community Engagement Report. 75% of users that access NextRide do so on a mobile device. In April, we had about 4.1 million sessions or traffic. Q1 of this year had about 11.7 million sessions on the NextRide app, 2.6 million trips planned. And then you can see some of these other metrics. 32,000 tickets were purchased via NextRide. So really trying to understand what our customers are using, where they're going for information, and what needs are not being addressed and where those gaps exist. So last year, RTD announced plans to bring all apps into one user interface. And this move, obviously, as we've been talking about, supports customer demand, best practices, and will improve the customer experience overall. So a multi-phase timeline and a scope of work has been developed by staff, and we are getting ready to launch this process. So the first phase that is underway is to roll these first 3 apps into the one NextRide app. And so this will be the trip planning function, the mobile ticketing function, and then obviously the reporting of any safety or security concerns that you may observe via this one app. And so taking us through this process, it's about a 10-month process to initiate the project and then have it available for download from the Apple Store and Google Play. I also want to point out a few other digital enhancements that have been recently made. Some of these have been feedback provided by directors. So we recognize that now that we have that GPS tracking of light rail vehicles that Mr. McMahon had mentioned, we changed the commute function in RTD's NextRide app. This was a suggestion from Director Nicholson. It's now our vehicle tracker, trying to make sure the navigation and the functionality better reflected that it can track vehicles in real time. And then also last fall, we added a plan a trip function on the homepage of the website. And since its launch, there's been more than 112,000 individual trips that have been planned directly on the homepage without somebody needing to go through a link farm and going out to the NextRide app. And so about 16,000 trips are planned each month via just the homepage at rtd-denver.com. So as far as some next steps and timeline, I mentioned that the project is well underway. We'll be doing a public solicitation for a vendor to help us with this creation of one app, rolling everything into one. We're going to be going through selecting a vendor in the next couple of months. Project will commence. And then in the third quarter of this year, that's when we want to hear feedback from directors, from our Citizens Advisory Committee, from customers and other stakeholders about what kind of functionality may be needed in the app, what may we not be thinking about, what are some of those opportunities that we want to ensure are part of this scope of work. In the fourth quarter, we'll go through user and accessibility testing, working again with customers and employees and board of directors, really trying to finalize the app prior to the App Store launch. And then in the first quarter of 2026, making the app available for download, creating a marketing campaign to generate awareness about it. And then in 2026, 2027, integrating the remaining apps into that one app. And so really, this is our timeline for that app development into the future. And then the last thing I will just mention is we recognize that there is a lot of information to unpack related to real-time information, customer communications, our system architecture. And so what staff is recommending, and we invite directors, that we will make ourselves available to individually meet with any directors that would like to better understand our real-time information, the communications that we provide for customers. And so if any director would be interested in meeting with staff to discuss any of these topics or other things that you may be interested in, just work through Jack in the board office, and we'll make ourselves available to sit down and individually meet with directors. We can make sure all questions are fully addressed and you have the time you need versus being kind of truncated here this evening. But with that, I will stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Summers. That was amazing. I see we have some hands in the queue. I will note before we move on that it is 9:25 p.m. So in 8 minutes, we will have reached our 4-hour mark. Excuse me. Per our bylaws, after the conclusion of this discussion item, we will need to vote in the affirmative if we would like to continue beyond the 4-hour mark. So just want to give you guys a heads up. But with that, I don't know who raised their hand first. Director Nicholson, since you spearheaded, excuse me, this effort, will give you the floor, and then I will go to Director Pagliari and Director Chandler. Go ahead, sir, you're recognized.
That's very appreciated. So yeah, first off, I just want to say fantastic presentation, really went into a lot of detail. I learned things that I didn't know about how our system works. And I guess the first thing I would say is I think the TIS project is huge. I think it's super important. Let me know whatever you guys need. You know, a lot of it depends on the quality of our backbone, and you know, we shouldn't be trying to fix this with a screwdriver every time something goes down. I think the app is phenomenal. I want us to make sure we invest in that and really put the types of technology in place there where we can hire someone else to build it, but we can expand on it. So using things like React Native and that's a longer conversation about making sure we do that right. I have one question that I want to ask in this meeting, and yeah, I'll definitely take you guys up on having a 2-hour conversation about, all that. I can go on forever. The bus real-time information went down today from about 4 p.m. to about 8 p.m. And I had a few people ask me about it. And I'm assuming that was an issue with a NIT because everything else was working. And so obviously the rest of the system was good. Can you talk a little bit about how often that kind of thing happens, that we get an outage of more than 5 seconds? Who gets notified? Is there a pager duty? Is there something like that happens where people, does the alarm go up? And then what's our target uptime for a service like that? Are we trying to have no more than 5 minutes of downtime? How are we measuring whether we're keeping this system running as well as we should be?
Director Rusha, if I may.
Yes, please.
Thank you. And thank you, Secretary Nicholson, for that question. Fantastic question, because I think it gets back to the spirit of the customer experience and that downtime and the impact. I'm going to ask Mr. Adams to weigh in first, and then Mr. McMahon to talk a little bit more on the back end, but Mr. Adams can weigh in on the customer experience and what our expectations are.
Sure. So from a customer experience perspective, we do receive notifications not only from internal users when the system goes down or when pieces of the system go down, but also we do hear it from customers directly, whether that's from telephone or email or social media, and have a process internally to notify IT, Patrick's team, and others within the IT division of the problem, and give them examples and anything that they can use that will better help them to research the problem, find the underlying issue, and restore service as quickly as possible. Patrick?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. We do have various points of monitoring where we can proactively monitor the health of the TIS system. It's very complex. I gave you a literally 30,000-foot view of the architecture. So there are several layers of the stack, the architecture stack, where we are doing some monitoring. But some of these failures that we're speaking of all point to a legacy infrastructure supporting this application. So that is probably our biggest concern there.
Can I ask Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So just very quickly to follow on that, we had a great timeline slide on the app development and when that's going to be rolling out and all the pieces of that. Can you speak to the same timeline for TIS? You know, what's your target? What does that look like for that? As much as you know right now.
Yes, so I can tell you that we are working on this from a very strategic perspective. And there are a couple of different options on the table in terms of how we approach it. If we're going to be true to the architecture first mentality, that there is an architectural plan that we're putting in place. We don't have timelines around it yet, but I'd be more than happy to kind of discuss those details with some of the other experts in the room.
Yeah, I would. Sorry, Madam Chair, can I very quickly?
Yes, very quickly if you could. And also I'm gonna ask Co-Chair Harwick, would you mind taking over for me so I can take a rest?
Sure.
Okay, all right, thank you. Proceed.
Yeah, very quick. I mean, that would be awesome. And I would just say, I think this is one of the most important things that we on OSS can facilitate doing right. And it's something that, we'll probably live on well past my time on the board. So, definitely something that I think we're going to want to hear about, and we're going to want to do everything we can to facilitate, you getting everything you need to do this properly, rather than come back in 5 years and say, oh, wow, we didn't spend enough money on this and we need to rebuild it again. It's like that would be the worst possible situation. So thank you. I really, really appreciate it.
Since Director Ruscia had you go next, Director Pagliari, I'll have you go next, and then Director Chandler, go for it.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for your presentation. And I will take you up on your offer, Mr. Summers, and work with the board office to get time with all of you. As some of you may know and some of you may not know, my background is in customer experiences, and I have a background in technology. So I'm very interested in hearing all the technical details and seeing the roadmap and architecture. So thank you very much.
Director Chandler?
Thank you. I have two quick questions. I realize we're up against that 4-hour mark. And my first question is, when is our Chief Technology Officer going to be hired, or what's the time frame on that? And how is that going to obviously impact this? And then quickly, a second question is, when you have your service alert times that you talked about, they only go to 6 p.m. Is that a potentially in the future, obviously you're trying to increase that, but specifically on high service times, that would be like, on December 31st for New Year's Eve, those kinds of things. Those service alerts, I think, should take into account high service times or high service predicted dates, because currently if they stop at 6 p.m., that does not allow for those exceptional service times like a baseball game, basketball game, those kinds of things. So I hope that those are also taken into consideration.
Chair Harwick, if I may, and then I'll let Ms. Johnson talk about the CITO. So let me just quickly address the service alerts as Mr. Adams mentioned. Currently, there's a staff dedicated to sending those, that 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Outside those hours, we still will send service alerts, but as you mentioned, Director Chandler, it's not the first function of their job duties. So we have a proposal that we'll be working through adding to the budget request this year to add some staff that can focus on, just as you mentioned, those times of day and those peak service times where we know that if there is a disruption, it will be incredibly disruptive. We want to ensure that customers have that information. There are times like on New Year's Eve that we'll bring in some of our digital customer relations staff and bring them in outside their regular hours to be available, knowing that we do have those peak times and we want to bring in extra hands to help. But that's something we're looking at as part of this personnel exploration of what we would need to be effective in the future. I appreciate that question. That's exactly what's in line with what we need to do. But I'll let Ms. Johnson talk about the Chief Information Technology Officer.
Committee Chair Harwick, if I can.
How about it?
Thank you very kindly. Thank you for the question, Director Chandler. The position, the CTIO position basically was posted earlier this month. It will be active for 30 days. It closes at the end of the month. There's a process relative to ensuring an adequate assessment of candidates going forward, adhering to the other processes that we have done for most recently hired positions. And so relative to the candidate pool, we'll anticipate interviews being held sometime around mid-June. That will be the first engagement relative to an interview panel, and there'll be subsequent steps going forward.
Anybody else? Okay, well then I am going to close this discussion item. Seeing as that we have crossed our 4-hour mark. CEO Johnson?
Chair, if I may, I know there's two outstanding items, and I would offer up, while they're critically important, but due to the lateness of the hour, perhaps relative to those discussions, if the committee would entertain, we could have those discussion items, or perhaps to the chair, one of those discussion items at the board meeting in 2 weeks. The reason I broached this quite naturally, as we look at some critical elements, the team and I are seeking guidance from this body. Simply put, with our Access on Demand program, we have been looking at this for a period of time, but I would be remiss to state that we have contracts with third parties that sunset at the end of the year, and I do have concerns relative to that. We would need to do a solicitation, but we have yet to have an understanding of what those parameters would be in reference to developing a scope of work to put on the street for a competitive solicitation. So while staff is looking at doing a contract extension, that still does not negate our ability to understand the direction in which this body wants to go. And we do recognize the criticalness of the program that we have currently. So that's why I am saying this at this hour, recognizing it's 9:37. I don't want to shortchange that, and I don't want to shortchange our ability to ensure that we have continuity with the program. And the intent of the discussion this evening was solely to seek guidance relative to various options, because we have heard input from various cross sections of our customer base, and was more or less putting forward options relative to perhaps tiered approaches and things where we could go out into the community. So just wanted to provide that context, because it's very important to staff, quite naturally, that we do our due diligence and be good fiduciaries. Thank you.
Director Rusha, I see Chair Bouquet.
Yeah, thank you very much, Committee Chair Harwick. I think it's more than reasonable, based on the lateness, that we do add this to the full board discussion item if staff is willing to do that, Ms. Johnson, which sounds like they would be. So I think it'd be more appropriate based on the late hour. And again, based on where we're at, this committee would have to vote to extend time if you would actually want to discuss those items or not, based on where we're at right now. So my recommendation would be to bring it to the full board to save everyone a little bit more hours of sleep. Thank you.
Chair Rusha.
Thank you, sir. So I just wanted to offer the paratransit legacy status was part of our committee work plan, and I think my suggestion would be that we hear that from staff, and try to hold questions and do follow-up offline, and then have remand AOD to the committee of the whole for the end of the month, and then just leave a little bit of space, because I think some directors need to weigh in quickly in other matters, and just go as quickly as we can. So that'd be my recommendation, but I did hand over the gavel, excuse me, and we'll have to yield to the collective body. Thank you, sir.
All right, I'm gonna go. Jack, do you have something? I see you, and then I'm just because you're not typically jumping on screen.
Yeah, thank you all. This is Jack Kroll, Executive Manager of the Board Office. At this juncture, I would just recommend somebody make a motion on what you all want to do, and then you vote on it. It does sound like Director Rusha provided the trappings of a motion there, but let's get that out on the floor, voted on, and so there can be clarity on when things will come to a conclusion this evening.
Director Rusha, are you making the motion?
Yes, sir. Thank
Okay.
you.
Do I have a second?
May I ask at point of order that you restate the motion just so that we're all clear exactly what we're voting on?
Sure.
Mr. Chair, thank you. So I would like to make a motion that we will remove the on-demand discussion item from tonight's meeting so that but it will be heard at the regular board meeting at the end of the month. Here, the paratransit discussion item, and also address any other matters, and then recess. Was that the proper motion, Mr. Chair?
If that works for Director Chandler, it works for me.
Okay.
Do I have a second to extend the meeting?
Okay.
Motion fails. Sorry.
Sir?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I've lost track of who's running this meeting, but Co-Chair Harwick, you may proceed.
What?
Pardon?
I don't know what you're asking me.
The motion failed, which means that we have to adjourn.
Yeah, that's where I was about to go.
That's fine. Yes.
I'm about to adjourn the meeting.
Point of information, just mostly for Jack and maybe Chair Bouquet, if I may, Co-Chair Harwick.
Sure, speak it in.
I don't know if it's point of information or point of questions, but could we perhaps put this as a special study session between now and the next board meeting so we don't spend a lot of time at the board meeting? But we wouldn't be able to vote on anything. It would just be for discussion if staff was able to whip that up within such short notice.
Can we just ask that? Okay, I mean, really, you could just ask that in an email. Because I'd like to go to bed. So I think it can be asked in an email. Director Nicholson, if you got like 30 seconds, friend.
30 seconds, no more. I guess my only question with this one is, we have the presentations are in the packet. It sounds like staff is only trying to solicit input and feedback. Is there even a reason to do an hour of discussion at the board meeting if the goal is just get the presentation and get the feedback on these items? Could staff just present in a video that they could send us, and then we could respond that way? I think we often spend a lot of time talking in meetings, and I say that as I'm talking in a meeting. And I just sometimes wonder, for something where you're just asking for our feedback, why do we even need to have it at a thing?
Okay. Also, probably, I think same thing could be sent in an email too. Jack, last thing.
Yeah, I'm just going to remind everybody you don't have a motion to continue here. It's time to bring it to a close.
Yep. Okay. All right. I'm gonna adjourn this meeting at 9:44 p.m. Thanks, everybody.